how much of the rainfall would trigger a flood? What is the threshold of the rainfall that will trigger a flood? Is it 200 millimeters per day? Is it 300 millimeters per day? But we want to know that threshold, because once you know that amount, you are able to improve your monitoring, your early warning systems. Because as the rainfall starts trickling in, the graph starts rising. As the graph starts rising, your runoff starts rising. Once it gets to a certain threshold, you issue out a warning. You don't wait until the tipping point, because the graph is telling you that the rainfall is increasing, the surface runoff is increasing, the soil moisture is increasing, right? So you need this information to improve your models. But to also improve them further, you need ground-based data to confirm that the information that you are getting online does correlate with ground-based data to improve our models. Thank you. So, with the data that I got online about the flood events in Malawi since 1965 to 2020, there were, I think, 65 occurrences. The total number of people that were affected during that period, 1967 actually, it was 3,944,907 people that were affected during that period. Whether it's correct or not, those are the dangers of putting information online. Now, if you have data that exists on the ground, you start saying, no, there is a problem here, right? There is definitely a problem. However, with that data set, you are able then to look at the risk and the risk of the population on the ground that have been affected by the floods, and the exposure of the population that is affected by the floods, or that will be affected by the floods. In this case, I looked at the population that was affected between 1967 and 2002, that was the number, and the total deaths between 1967 and 2022 was 1,001, the highest being recorded in 1989 and I think 1990 there. And if you look at that graph and you go back to the rainfall data that I presented earlier, you can start looking at the correlation. Because now, the data that you got from MDate, it does not only tell you that there was a flood, it tells you how many people were affected, how many people were, how many casualties in terms of the death that were affected, which area was affected in terms of the basin and the specific area. So this is where the rubber hits the road when it comes to decision making, resource allocation, and prioritization of communities that are more vulnerable than others, because there will always be funds that are available for post-disaster relief. So this type of information gives you that you'll be able to make better decisions when it comes to disseminating and allocating resources. Can you go to the next slide? So, once again, from that data, I wanted to know which areas are most vulnerable or were most affected during that period. And those are the areas, Balaka, Blantyre, Chikwanda, Deza, Machinga, but I believe those are the areas in the lower part of Malawi. Is that right? Or there are some parts in the central Malawi? You see, so this information says, if it was me given a project to say, run this analysis, I would be a bit biased, because in my head, I'm thinking this must be the lower part of Malawi. But now, since I'm engaging with the locals, say, no, this is not only that part. There are also areas outside the three basins that I've mentioned that falls within the red zone. I can call that the red zones because since 1965 till 2020, those areas have been affected almost without fail by floods. So when it comes to prioritization of resources and strengthening the resilience of the community on the ground, those guys need to be prioritized because they are the most affected by the floods. Can go to the next slide. So, the next question would be, what type of flood or situation leads to the flooding? Because you've got different types of floods, flash floods, then you have long-term floods, but not long-term in the sense that they take years, but it's a matter of the rain falling over a long period of time. It could be a week or 2 weeks. Geographers will understand that that type of rainfall is called relief rainfall, without thundering and cloud, but it just rains quietly for a long period of time, but subsequently results into a flooding. So that's the type of rainfall that led to most of the recorded floods between that period. The brief torrential rains. The torrential rains, and I had no data there, and then you have torrential rainstorms, tropical cyclones, heavy rains, but this is the category of the rain that resulted into the recorded floods within that area that was studied. Now, we come back into the importance of data. I spoke about radar data, and I said I will explain what radar data is in relation to optical data. On your right, that is optical data. Optical data shows you what you would see with your naked eyes. You would see the clouds. Radar and that optical data basically is the satellites requires the presence of the sun to be able to take a picture. Yesterday I said the architecture of the optical sensors was based on our optics as humans. Similarly, if we switch off the lights in this room in the middle of the night, it will be dark. We won't see each other. Same thing applies with optical sensors. During the night, it's dark, they don't see because there's no light that reflects on the object such that the light is reflected back to the sensor for it to record. And then you have the SAR data or the radar data. We call them active sensors because they don't rely on the presence of the sun to capture images. They propagate their own energy. And that's why they're very critical in flood monitoring, to see the extent of the flood on the ground, because with optical data you have the issues of clouds and you can't see below the clouds. With radar data you are able to see beyond the clouds. Hence it is very much important to understand and utilize radar data during flood events. And I've mentioned earlier that both these data sets, they have a 1 week revisiting time. So there's absolutely no excuse why you wouldn't do such a desktop analysis just to see where is the flood layer, the flood boundary during a flood situation. Now, having spoken about all of these data sets and models and analysis of the data, the question is, how is it effective to the people on the ground? Because we're talking high-level stuff, but how does it affect the person on the ground who's going to be affected by the floods the very moment it starts hitting their households? It is the development of early warning system. Early warning systems have been in existing for many years, but I believe the time has come for early warning systems to be changed in such a way that you cut away a lot of middlemen, if I may put it that way. Middlemen are those that develop the models. When they see the situation that the rainfall is spiking up, they are the ones sending messages to the communities. How about you automate the entire system? When the message comes from the model into the developers, it is equally sent to the people that are affected on the ground. Because what if there's no one in the office to push that button to send the message? You understand? So in terms of disaster, every delay in terms of time could be a loss of life on the ground. So early warning systems, they are very much needed. However, there is a need to improve the dissemination of information to reach the people that are affected on the ground timeously. Not only should they be using Wi-Fi or internet-based devices, let's also get back to the basics of sending simple SMSs. SMSs that will inform the people about the situation on the ground. Then they will make the decision whether they need to evacuate or they need to stay and bear the risk of the oncoming projected floods. So with that having said, that is the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Firo. A round of applause again. Before we go to the question and answer for this session, may I ask the tech team to beam the questions from the last session, Jesse's session, online questions. May I ask Madam Trainers to take those questions, to read the questions for us?
The first question says, you mentioned that South Africa does training based on the SMAD. I assume this is Professor Jim, I believe that's the name of the book. Is this all the training the South African Space Program personnel go through?
Another one?
Do I need to proceed before she answers?
Yes, please.
Okay. The second one says, you mentioned about the Shaka or vibration table and said that it is the largest or second largest in the world. What do you mean by that? What are the dimensions of this test cell?
Yes, the next one.
The third one, you talked about the qualification test with regards to system engineering. What other engineering tests do South Africans do on their satellites? The fifth one, how many people were involved in the aerospace and defense master plan? Could you talk about it a little more bit, as much as you can, without touching the classified aspect of it? I think he omitted the fourth one. The fourth one says, what activities does South Africa do with their space program that they would not do or would not be possible if the space program was not there?
Thank you. Madam Jessie, please.
The question. Because to my
Tech
knowledge-
team, can you please
Unless
beam
you
the
can-
first one?
Unless you can slide it for me or project it.
Tech team? Yes, thank you.
Okay. No, the SMAD is not the only training that we get. There are modules that are on the aerospace curriculum that we cover as well. So it isn't, but for us to qualify as space engineers, that's where you begin, really, because it covers everything basically when it comes to space engineering. So yeah, it is not the only, but it's a must. It's a
It's
must.
like a foundation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you please beam the second one?
Okay, so our shaker, when I mentioned that ours was the largest before the Chinese, you're looking for the specifications, and I don't have them at the top of my head right now. I can look that up for you and come back to you on that one. But yeah, we had the largest with 30 X's, but yeah, we have now been overtaken.
Okay, thank you. The next one, please.
You talked about qualification tests, what other system engineering tests do you? Okay, so I spoke of the qualification tests, which would be your functional test and environmental test. Those are the tests that we do in order to qualify our systems, from the major components until the flight model. So yes, it's both the functional and the environmental tests that we do.
Thank you.
What activities does South Africa do with their space program that we wouldn't do if we didn't have? This is okay. So with the space programs, I'm going to talk about the space engineering programs that we have. So what we wouldn't be able to do, I think for our government, it was to support the economy, because if we did not have these programs, we would not be having space engineers that could provide space engineering services. And somebody asked if we manufacture all of this, and I touched a bit. I did not give the history that, Sunspace as a company was doing everything, right? But if you remember, Temidayo mentioned that the upstream companies are very few in Africa, and South Africa is saturated. They're actually leading. It's because we've actually had spin-offs from that one company being Sunspace. So the optic guys started their own company, which is Cymera. They are designing and building the payloads. Dragonfly is basically the previous SES, so they do everything, which is what Sunspace used to do. Then you have your new space systems and your Cube Space. Those are guys that focus on ATS. So what we would not achieve is the revenue generation, I think, because there's a lot of money coming into the country, because you would find, for instance, New Space is providing ATCS components for OneWeb constellation, and it's a very large constellation. So that's, again, more money coming into the country. So HCD programs as well that we would not be having if we did not have the space programs, because for every program that we have, if it's a national program, then it has to have an HCD, just to ensure that we have the next generation of satellite engineers over time, because some age, some are late, and we are also aging. So just to ensure that South Africa keeps the status quo of being able to provide this, so it's revenue generation, because we're not getting any data from our satellites
currently.
Thank you. Pilo would like to take that as well. Go ahead, Pilo.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I think the other applications where space made a significant contribution is the oceans economy. The MDAT series of satellite was developed purely to monitor ship detection along the South African coast. So that is also another application. I believe it wouldn't have been successful without the involvement of space.
Thanks, Peter, for reminding me. Actually, yes. So Zakib to the CubeSat that I spoke about is one of the satellites that Peter is talking about. So for maritime domain and awareness, we would not be able to monitor our own oceans if we didn't have our own. I mentioned that when you ask for data, you are asked, what is it for? So we wanted to ensure that we have our own so that we can monitor the activities in our borders, ocean borders. And for fire detection as well. South Africa, especially in the Western Cape, during the summer, because it's not a raining season, it gets very hot, and we have a lot of what do you call those trees that catch up fire very easily. So for fire detection as well, we are using our very own to doing that. So yeah, I hope I've answered. Yeah.
Thank you. I think she has exhausted. Oh, that one is the last one.
So, Lyndon Petze that you met yesterday was one of the technical team. In fact, Lyndon is one of our board members at Astrofrica. So even when we were developing the industry development policy framework, he was part of it. So it was the company called Blueprint that was heading the study. Then we were the technical team that was supporting Blueprint. We had CSIR also assisting in the development. There is a DPE, the Department of Public Enterprise, was also a part. They were actually the custodian of this study. So yeah, it was a big team. It wasn't just 4 people, but yeah, the core technical team was, let me see, it was myself, Khalid, Francois, Lyndon, Philip, Josie, the core team, the technical team, we like 6-7 people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chis.
Anyway.
Oh, there is that question again. You did not tackle it right again.
Please, in space, that I can just. Okay, I was still reading.
I think the issue of debris, as we've said, that it is at the UN level, at UNICOPAS, it's a serious issue. It's been discussed, it's put on the agenda. So in the most of the UNICOPAS meetings, they would discuss removal of debris. We do realize that a debris is not just a satellite. Sometimes, satellites do disintegrate. If they disintegrate, one satellite disintegrates, it can have maybe up to 1,000 small pieces, flying around in there, and everybody understands it is there. That's why there's people that are doing doing all these projects and so forth to find out how to remove those satellites, and then maybe just to find out how not to keep sending satellites unnecessarily in space. But as I said, there's a lot of demonstration satellites from universities, from what and that. So it's a problem that everybody knows, and people are working on it. I think there will be solutions. As I said, some people are trying to put nets that they can just cast. Some people are trying to just to go and bump the satellite so it can deorbit. You know, it just loses orbit and start deorbiting. So there is maybe easily 10, 20 companies worldwide that are busy looking at that, as well as obviously the Unicopers looking at how to do it. But you know, as to where the solutions now, you know, not much. Apart from the deorbiting solution, the others are still in progress.
Thank you very much for tackling those questions, and I would also like to thank all our online participants for those questions. Please keep them coming. Now we go to the Q&A for the just ended presentation by Pilar. Before we do that, Pilar, you talked about the need for ground services. My question is, how can ground-based observations be integrated with satellite data to enhance accuracy?
Thank you for that question.
Can we have another mic?
Thank you for that question. Satellites in space are mapping objects on the ground, and the distance between the satellite and the ground, there's a lot happening in between. You find water vapor, you find dust particles, you find pollen and clouds. That is the component we call noise we'd like to remove. Now, if you are having a sensor on the ground, you don't have that medium noise. So you are getting accurate readings. So you need that ground data to calibrate the satellite so that you fix that deviation between the accuracy and the not so accurate reading from the satellite because of the atmospheric noise. So by using the ground data, you calibrate the satellite to say, with this 5-10% deviation of the atmosphere, this is how your readings are supposed to be. Then you can calibrate the satellite using your ground-based data. That's how you can use the ground-based data to ensure that you have accurate readings of the satellite.
Thank you very much. We are going to take a few questions before we break for tea. Yes, and may I please plead that the questions should be on Philo's presentation.
Thank you very much. I have two questions to Mr. Phila. Question is, I wanted to find out Hello. Yes. I wanted to find out if you were able to define the frequency of occurrence of the flooding time frame. I understand you mentioned that between the period of 1967 to 2022, there have been over flood events. And I wanted to understand if this flooding has been evenly distributed, or maybe is leaning more to either the past or the present. And if such observation was made, what could be a possible explanation under that? My second question is on the house or building data that you utilize in this modeling. I understand this is open source, and mostly in Malawi, our houses and roads are not fully mapped. They require special calls in mapping to be able to run the initiatives to make sure that our places find out if alternatives were used or open.
Excuse me, tech team, can you please provide a working mic? It's breaking and I'm sure our online participants cannot capture what is being said. Thank you.
On my second question, I wanted to find out if alternatives to acquire building data were used, or it was strictly about OpenStreet mapping. I'm asking this question because in Malawi, most of our places are not mapped, and I have concerns over agency to complete the research as regards to the agency as well for decision making. And if we're debating, for example, OpenStreet mapping contributions and so on, it might not reflect the agency in interventions that are required, specifics of coming up with decisions for flood management and response, for example. So in this project, were there other alternatives that were used apart from maybe sourcing from open platforms to have a reflective of building data that were incorporated in this project? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you pass the mic to the next? And may I ask that you go straight to the question, please?
Yes, mine is both a question but first of all, I want to commend Makra for bringing Pilar and his team to make these presentations. Because when you look at Pilar's presentation, a government officer in Malawi wouldn't present that. Because the issue of the floods, I am a consumer, we consume this data, and we see these things. So, for example, the data that he has presented is clearly showing that the second Freddy disaster was not a big disaster. The biggest are behind. But this one appears to be the biggest ever. That gap is what is the biggest issue. The data is there, but how we use the data is a problem. So going forward, we have to look at that. The other issue is the last part of his presentation. I want to commend that because he's calling for action after we see the observations, and messages should be passed on. So for example, here in Lilongwe, we've got a zoo with some lions there. The government will tell us that the lions have escaped from the zoo. Where do we run into? They don't tell you. They will just tell you lions have escaped. And we'll start moving out of this hole, going in all directions. And one of the groups will meet the lions. So that's the problem that we are in. They will tell you there's going to be a flood. They will tell you there's going to be this. They will not tell you what to do. So I like Pilar's the last section of his presentation. It addresses the issue that we really do not have the data. We have the data, but we fail to act on it precisely, and we want to just call everything a disaster, a disaster.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you. You've made your point. Can we please have the mic to the next? Thank you. And may I also ask that you be precise? Thank you.
All right. My question it's on the challenges faced when using these satellites to the natural disasters. For instance, he talked about the cloud cover. They say they use the SAR images. So my question is on the tools provided, the free tools which have been provided, do they give access to the SAR? Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Pilar, you can go ahead and answer those questions. Can you please assist with the mic at the front?
Thank you. I did not, I'll be honest, I did not define the frequency of the floods. And that is a very, very, very important question, because without knowing the frequency of the floods, you are not sure when would the next flood hit, because for us to know what's going to happen in the next month, 2 months, a year, we need to look into what has been the frequency in the past 12, 24 months. And it was an oversight from my side on doing this part of the research, but it's very critical, and it's possible, it can be done. The second part is the building data. If I heard you very well, is did we consider alternative data sets other than the one we used? Or was the question on how can you access the data? If I can get clarity on that. But while you are still answering me on that, let me go to the next question, which is challenges on cloud cover and SAR. Let me explain that the fact that, as I mentioned, that SAR is not your conventional remote sensing, because it requires some level of expertise to interpret SAR data, because what you see is not exactly what you think it is on the ground. So you need a specialized knowledge to know how to interpret SAR. There is a solution. The solution is you need to roll out SAR courses, workshops at different levels. The mainstream academic space and short courses on SAR, because SAR data is freely available and there's a lot of information that can be derived from SAR. One of the working groups on capacity development and data democracy, I used to be a chair of that working group. We hosted training workshops across the continent purely on SAR, because we realized that a lot of GIS and remote sensing specialists are comfortable with working with optical data. But when it comes to SARs, their knowledge is very limited. And they are missing quite a lot, because SAR has so much to give. You can see quite a lot with SAR data. So in your programs of HCD, I would encourage you to include SAR training, because the data is there. You can see so much with SAR data. There are a number of applications from SAR data. This is just the tip of an iceberg. So yes, the data is freely available. You get one SAR image a week. And bear in mind, the fact that you get one image of SAR a week, it means that you have no issue with cloud cover. So your data is always usable. Unlike optical data, where you want to monitor your field, it's raining. You have to wait for the next week. If it's raining the next week, you are missing another critical point of your data that could have made you to take a decision. So the data is freely available. I've mentioned the platforms there, but during the break you can engage as well, so that I can provide the sources and other sources, and also available on the Google Cloud platform that I presented earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pilar. And ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to acknowledge the comments and questions from our online participants. These will be tackled later. We are way past our healthy break. May I request that we break for 20 minutes so that we come back and wrap up this morning session. Thank you. And a big hand for Phil as well.
CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, The CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please settle down so that we start? We are behind schedule. Welcome back from tea break. We are continuing with the satellite project use cases. Now it's time to hear from Botswana use case. Here to present this is Dr. Diman Poleng. He holds a PhD in computer science and is a member of IEEE and ACM. Since November 2021, he has taken on significant role in being BOTSAT, that's Botswana Satellite Project Lead, a project of great responsibility and ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Diman Poleng, please.
Am I audible? Oh, I have to bend down. Okay. Dumela in Setswana. I'm here not for the downstream, not for the upstream, not for computer science, not for engineering, just as an administrator. How did we do it, or how are we intending to do it? Largely not by design, but by circumstances. Just a glimpse of Botswana. It is a country that is actually already in the upper middle income bracket. I know Malawi is saying 2063 or so, but please, I think you can reach that before 2060. We are a land of 2 million people. In the brackets there, bottom top left, I'm comparing it with population of Malawi is 20 million. Malawi, it means is 10 times bigger, almost, than Botswana in terms of the population. But the country, Botswana, is almost 4 times bigger than Malawi. But don't worry, it largely is a desert. The real GDP growth is at 3 point, according to IMF. Our GDP is 20 billion. It is actually bigger than Malawi's. I think Malawi is around 16 billion. GDP per capita is now $8,000 per head. Our buying power is 52 billion pula. Now, we don't normally talk about GDPs and also rankings when we have our big brother in the room, South Africa, because our GDP per capita is higher than theirs. But we rely on them about so many things that we don't want to upset them about GDPs, because we still want their support. Now, that is Gaborone. It's not that bad, Gaborone, but yet we are faced with realities on the ground. The rich and poor gap is still there. We still have to tackle socioeconomic problems. Our farming activity or our agric is extremely primitive. I would like to say that. We just plow for subsistence. It contributes less than 2% to our economy. Compare that with Malawi's 63%. So that is a big difference. We are not a farming country, to be honest. Even that 2% of GDP contribution, dominantly it's from cattle, just exporting beef. Now, in that context, the president said, I don't want to rely on minerals and diamonds. Let's reset the agenda for IR. He put that at the center of the new agenda: human capital development, technology, communication. So he launched this initiative that he wants to launch a satellite, just like that. This is where I said it was by circumstance, not by design. We don't have a space agency, we don't have a space policy. It's just that it's new in cabinet right now. But he woke up and said, because I don't have a space, where do I go? He drove 300 kilometers north to a village, a small village called Palape. There is Bust there. He said, Bust, you are a science and tea university, do it. What did the Vice Chancellor do? He came knocking on our classroom doors. Who can do it? Who can do it? So you can understand the context. So I'm a full-time academic. I'm doing this part-time, and I have to find extra 24 hours a day to do it as well as a project lead. So my day is 48 hours a day. No load has been reduced on the teaching side, the research side, but we still have to do this. I would not want to bore you with CubeSat. We intend to launch this sometime in around October next year. We prioritize on these key priority areas: water management or surface water management or monitoring, agric, obviously, and also town planning and human settlements. So these are our 3 priority areas for this particular project. However, let me emphasize this. It is the other way around. We are looking at HCD, technology demonstration. We are not looking at industrial service from this particular satellite that we are going to launch, because it's going to be, I think, a 3U that we are looking at. So focus is human capital. You will see later on one of the slides the results of that, which is good. You need to know, and then technology will just adapt to your knowledge. Okay, the first thing that we started with was to build a ground station. Ground station, we prioritized on it because we said if it can work, it can receive data from thousands of satellites that are already orbiting. Not only that, it can also serve as a service. We call it ground station as a service. Those satellites that are orbiting above Botswana that are not ours, the owners can log in and then use our ground station to process their data. So that is the intention to treat as a ground as a service, and it's working operational, and it's receiving real live data now. Just waiting for our satellite to be in orbit to do the same. Now, the reason why it was a little bit expensive at the beginning was that when I was given this project, it looked like what is on the left, that bush, the green bush, and then I had to zoom into that and then cause that huge scar to set up the ground station. So 50% of the cost went to the ground preparations, about 30% to the ground station itself. But I don't want to talk about the PG students' cost because it's really hefty. I have not included in that. This was our Eureka image. Wow, oh, this container can receive images from the satellites. So we could see there that Malawi was heavily raining that time. So we picked that from one of the orbiting satellites by NASA called NOAA. We keep on doing that even today. Now, this is the main reason why we want to do this, at least the phase one of it, HCD. These students, half of them graduated, the rest are just about to graduate. The cost of these students in dollar terms for the past 2 years, $250,000. You can see it is a hefty investment, and we are recruiting more in January. We are going to double that budget. We don't want also to relieve pressure from South Africa, which is absorbing most of the space-related postgraduate training. We also want to do it. So this is where the interest is. Not only that, what we also prioritized on was to indoctrinate kids. So as a project lead, one of the team, the group that is on marketing, outreach and all that, they couldn't believe it when I wrote them a formal memo. I said, you have unlimited budget. Why? Change the kids. Change high school students, especially girls, to have interest in STEM. This satellite, after launching it, it will last only 4 years or 5, and then just burn off as it hits the atmosphere. But the mind of that kid, they will be the one now launching a bigger one like JC's satellite. So we are prioritizing on just indoctrinating young ones as many as possible, just using this demonstrator technology. The HE was so excited that he came to open it. He's that guy in a blue-black suit, happy with the students that also did the assembly. And then this is where our ground station is. In conclusion, how long was that? Thank you. I mean, I've been screaming people taking 1 hour, 30 minutes. In conclusion, I would like to say this to Malawi. Don't wait for the policy. Don't wait for, I know you already probably have, don't wait for the space agency. Just do something. There is a lot you can do in the LEO space that you don't need to have bureaucratic documents. Now, look for some funds, approximately $1 million, okay? And then say, this 1, 2, 3 universities, just launch a CubeSat. So that will stimulate, encourage, even influence policies. Even though it is not an industrial satellite launch, it is just a demonstrator. With that, thank you, Malawi. First time I'm in Malawi, I'm enjoying it. Thank you, MC.
Thank you very much, Doc, for that short and nice presentation, straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask that we do just 3 sets of questions, 3 questions only. Yes, there is a hand at the back. Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. But my question will not go specifically to him, but I would want to go to the immediate presenter before him, if you do permit, with your indulgence. One issue that I wanted to find out from the last presenter, when he did present on disaster management, I don't know with regard to the information availability. How do you make the information available in real time? Is it based on the national or it's regional specific? Maybe would you come out clear? Because as a nation, maybe you can learn one or two issues from how you are doing in South Africa to mitigate against disasters. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want my questions first.
Yes, please.
Just
please.
to be fair.
Can we have questions for the doc?
Thank you, Doc. I'm interested in the training that you offered to the students. Was this a degree program, a short course, or what was the format for training the students? Were they attached to a university and so forth? I wanted to find out more about that. Thank you.
PhD masters within BUST itself. Have I answered? BUST itself, as a University of Science and Technology, is the one that has been charged to do this project. So they are just next door. They are doing experiments between the site and the labs. So master's, PhD.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc, for your presentation. Excited that you can get up and running in such a short time, but having that championship behind you, I think that's the wind behind you, beneath your sails, as it were, to make sure that you're able to achieve your objectives. I also like the bottomless budgets. Tell me how you get those. So we'll need some advice going forward. I'd like to find out from you, and congratulations on what you've done so far, how much did it cost to set up the ground station? And you know, as indicated, you've got students that have started working with you, but you said yes, I've got a master's and PhD already. In what subjects? So as they joined your group, thank you.
Yes, Doc, you can take that.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. When I say bottomless, I meant within the X budget that I have for outreach. Not that government has got bottomless budget for me, no. I really wanted to prioritize on outreach, especially to secondary school, and particularly to female peoples, and let me say girls. But again, it is not, I would like to say that you are also correct. We don't have budget issues really as a project, but BUST may have budget issues. Because of that GDP, it's okay. The government just wants to do something, and then I have to make sure that within the limited resources, we do something. It's not enough, so we try. Another one, there were three. Oh, yes, yes. I was sort of a little bit cagey about it because it may sound discouraging. For example, the grounds work, okay, just top of my head, for the ground station budget for everything, $500,000. But it's worth it. Yeah, it is worth it. I know someone can say, what? For in Botswana, Pula is 5 million Pula. What? 5 million Pula for, but it's worth it. Don't forget that the mines are priceless. Those who are training on it, they are priceless.
Thank you very much.
Is another one there?
Another question? I'm assuming it's based on this presentation. And please be precise
Start with the name. Charles. Oh, yeah.
Comment.
Yeah.
How many study tours did you do before you started doing the project?
How many?
Study tours, going around the world to study how to do a ground station.
Myself.
The whole project, because here there would be 10 study tours before the ground station is done.
No, I didn't hear the question. The question, Charles, just repeat it. How many trips outside to benchmark and all that?
Yeah, not the trips. Here they are called the study tours.
Study tours?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just respond. Charles, you said Charles, right? Yeah, I'll just respond by saying, just pick me as an example. I think this is the first time in 2 years that I use BOTSAT funds to travel. So it is really up to leadership. And even that, sorry, I don't know if you'll kill me. I was funded by Makra to be here, partly, or almost wholly. But of course, BU said, no, we can't let you just go like that. So 25% of the podium rate. So I was saying, it was the first time I did it. I would say that just using staff that are already trained for this, they've already been to universities across the world, South Africa, so why retour? And also there's internet, we just download and read manuals, and then you set it up. So are you saying that I should say 1 million budget after you said that? Yeah. But Charles, I'm inviting you to Botswana, fully covered, to come and talk about the downstream applications. I think I like that. A limited budget for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we are done with the questions for the doc. The other question that was asked for Pilo.
Oh, yes.
Pilo, please.
Am I done?
Yes,
Thank you.
you're done, doc. Please, you can take your seat. Thank you. Pilo, there was a question about the debris. Are you ready to take it now, or they should repeat the question? Can you repeat the question, please?
Thank you. I wanted to find out with regard to the disaster management presentation, whereby you said you're having a correction of data. So my question is like to say, how do you make or manage to give real-time data? Is it national or area specific? So I was saying, can you try to share with us so that maybe as a country we can learn as to how we do mitigate the disasters before they do happen? I don't know whether I'm clear.
Thank you. Let me be sure that I understood you very well. You asking how do we access near-time data as a country? Is it specific to a location or at national level? I didn't get that. Maybe can you ask again? Okay, I think I have an idea. Accessing real-time data, it depends on the applications. It also depends on what type of data do you need. It might come at a cost because there are commercial satellites that have satellite passing every point on the earth every day. At some point, I came across a company from China. They said they can map any area on the globe 12 times a day. So that is, for me, high-level, real-time data. However, it comes at a cost. But I wanted to focus on free data that is available, at least one image a week. And if you're looking at a situation where you have a flood, you can only hope that the event of the flood coincide with the satellite overpass. Because if you are monitoring floods, you don't need to monitor the floods throughout its entire lifespan. You might need the data just to map the areas that are affected at that moment, because historically we have the data that has shown that over the past few years this has been the flood line, because the rainfall of this magnitude, the flood line water it's at a certain level. So with historical data we are able to know and map with accuracy where the flood line is going to be. That is the importance of historical data, because you don't need to have near real-time data basically to be able to detect or to know where the water is going to be, right? But you need the data to be able to trigger you to trigger you knowing where the rainfall is heading towards, because that would give an indication when will that trigger is going to happen because of the frequency of the rainfall. Having said that, the important thing is that with that so much rainfall falling, you would know that based on the information that you are receiving from the sensors on the ground or the satellite that you have just received the data, the flooding is going to happen 2 days or 3 days or 4 days. That is the most important part. That is the most important part, knowing when exactly is that flood event going to take place. So I think that would be the most important part. But really, if you really want real-time data, unfortunately, it might come at cost. But if you rely on the available data set, you might have to use it only to map those be affected by the floods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pilo. I'm very sorry, apologies, sir. We are running out of time. But the presenters are here up to tomorrow. If you have any questions, any comments that you would like to take with them, please, they are free to do so. May I ask that we give Doc another round of applause? We would like to acknowledge the comments and questions from our online participants, and we assure you that they will be tackled during the panel discussion that we are going to have in the afternoon. Next on the program, we have Chisomo Daka. Chisomo Daka is a Malawian, one of our own. He is a founder and CEO of Daka Space Technologies. He has a Master's of Science degree in physics, obtained in 2020 from LPU in India. Chisomo has 2 years of hands-on experience working on Cube satellite project in India. He is going to talk about the Malawi space industry. Thank you. Chisomo Daka, please come to the stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, so welcome to my presentation. I'm told I have to be a little bit quick. I had a little something to share with the students. I thought they were left behind a little bit. We're talking about advanced things, but I think most of them are not around, so I'll just proceed to my presentation. So my presentation, if I were speaking yesterday, would have been more about business. I would have spoken like a businessman. But today I want to share a story, having looked at the insights of what other people have presented. So I'll not introduce myself, but this is an outline of what I'm about to say. Talk about our story, how we started, and then the space industry, challenges and some of the solutions we're looking at, some of the use cases. I think some of them have been mentioned already yesterday. And what are the future prospects? I think that's the message probably going to the task force. And a little bit of some extra documents, and then we'll have a Q&A question session. So as a preamble, every time I'm in front of an international audience, probably multi-continental audience, yeah, it comes out clear to say Africa is going to be the next big thing on this planet. But that assumption is a little bit vague, because one may ask, what is it about Africa that is going to be big? So in my opinion, I found an answer to say particularly space is indeed going to be the big thing in Africa. So I published a newspaper article last year about that. So I want us to understand, how did we get started? I mean, did I just woke up and, wow, I had a dream, I'm going to be in space? No, that's not how it started. You see, I did my master's in India, and I worked around some of the most brilliant people I've known, and this is what I call my most brilliant and most intelligent picture, because the gentleman you're seeing there on the middle is actually the top scientist at the Indian Space Research Organization, and three guys over there, they are creating what they're calling the Google map of space. And that's one of the key issues with sustainability in space. And on that far left, it's me. I'm trying to pioneer space technologies in Malawi. So this area engagement gave me some insights and motivation to think about studying darker space technologies, and we got incorporated last year on 29th August. So we are officially operating under the laws of Malawi. So what are the things that we clearly define us? You see, we are a very ambitious entity, very ambitious, because we want to be the industry leader in Africa. We want to take quantum leaps. We don't want to take baby steps. We want to take very, very big steps. And our ultimate mission is to be able to create these affordable technologies so that governments, businesses, and all stakeholders across the continent can afford them. And I always say that space technologies, to a large extent, are very expensive because they're being developed in developed economies. All right, something that you can spend $1 in Malawi, if you take it in the US, someone is going to say this is $1,000. Same thing, okay? Yeah. So that's why we're saying our tagline is reaching for the stars, because we really want to solve the greatest problems for humanity as far as space is concerned. So these 6 things you're seeing over here are the things that really define our philosophy as a business entity. We believe in big thinking, quality, innovation, integrity, excellence as well as collaboration. And collaboration is quite key because I think a couple of speakers have mentioned about building capacity. And because now Africa, we don't have much capacity, so we need to leverage on collaboration in order to advance further by learning from the best practices that our friends have implemented elsewhere in the world. Our ultimate goals is that we want Dhaka Space Technologies to become a one-stop center of excellency in space technology. We want to become what we call the TSMC of Africa in space. I'll talk a little more about that at the very end. And we also want to conduct cutting-edge space technology research and development, and also advanced space science education. And we want to develop next generation of space networks that we can deploy for high-speed connectivity and stuff like that. So we have so far 3 notable partners. Yeah, we are in partnership through MOU with Galamad Aerospace in Singapore. We're developing propulsion systems. I think Jessie, she did mention to say that when you deploy a spacecraft in space, you need to do active debris navigation or active deorbiting when the operational lifespan is over. So this is some of the things that we're looking at, and I'll show you a picture somewhere around the presentation. And we are also having an MOU with Satlantis. This is one of the very big key players in the industry. They are creating next generation of optical payloads. Yeah, so they're very good with that, and they're coming up with payloads that you can observe a disaster as it is happening in real time and think about interventions and stuff like that. And we are also working around sustainability and safety in space with our partners in India. So this is just a caption of the MOUs we have. So far, so good. So let me quickly talk about the space industry with a little bit of emphasis in the context of Africa. So you see, in Africa, as we saw from the gentleman who presented from Space in Africa, we have very few space technology startups, and about 20 African countries have some form of space programs. And not even all of them have been able to send a satellite, matter of fact, only about 13 or so. And Africa has got the weakest connectivity around the globe, okay? And our infrastructure is really, really bad. And you see that most of the infrastructure, which we call it not good, is actually owned by the Western companies, all right? Intelsat, stuff like that. And then Africa seems not to be wanting to start to send satellites on the African soil. Okay, every time you hear a country in Africa has sent a satellite, it's either someone in Russia developed for them, okay, and then they took it to Cape Canaveral in US, they sent it, and probably someone in Israel is operating the mission, stuff like that. So this is a sad reality. It's like we are slowly lagging behind establishing a robust space technology industry. These are some of the quick facts of Malawi, all right? This is last year's data as far as I could get from the publishers. But you see that as of last year, our broadband connectivity, which is the main platform for accessing internet, is standing at 22%. That's really sad. It means about close to 80%, 78% of the population cannot get connected. And you can't talk about satellite services if there's no connectivity to some extent. And you see Malawi is one of the countries that have lately been greatly impacted with the climate-caused disasters. Just last week, I think we had 3 days in a row of extreme heat, and I think some of the southern part of the country were reported to have experienced heat waves. So these are the sad realities that are coming in and going, and we're not keeping track of. And yeah, as I'm speaking today, there are some efforts to create the space agency, but I think as a country we still do have an ambition to create a space program. And like Doc from Botswana, he mentioned, we don't really have to wait for the policies. I mean, we can push policies when they see us doing things. So you see, space is very lucrative, okay? If you do things right, you can get a lot of money out of space. No wonder, you know, the richest man in the world is actually a space tech entrepreneur. So even the African space industry is really huge, all right? As of 2021, it was standing at about $19.5 billion, okay? And then you look at the global space industry is also a very huge market. But if you compare the two, you see that Africa, we are still a diminished small composition of the global satellite and space industry at large. But there's a good prospect of this because it is expected to grow to $1 trillion industry. So the whole global industry is projected to have at least a minimum of 4.5% growth rate up to 2040 to hit a $1 trillion industry. So as the industry is growing, there's going to be a lot of demand. So people like us, Dakar Space Technologies, if we're going to have our technologies right at hand, we are going to make a lot of money and we can generate a lot of forex for this country. So what is our growth prospects? Our best case scenario, we want to be a unicorn in the next 15 years. But we've got the base case as well as the best case scenarios. Are there any typical challenges as far as space is concerned, and what is our value proposition with that respect? You see, the challenges are overwhelming because, first of all, you have to understand that space is different from where we are here. The moment you go to space, you realize you don't have air. You realize you have to exist, yeah? You realize the sunlight is just overwhelming, no ozone layer, stuff like that. So the technologies that are deployed in space really demands a lot of cutting-edge research and innovation. So there's high costs associated with the equipment, facilities to operate and deploy a mission, as well as the advanced skills needed to execute such kind of operations. And in Africa, we have very low capacity to do most of these things. That's why we're still lagging behind. And these days, there are these emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, ML. And nowadays, we're talking about artificial intelligence of things. I think if you remember the movie Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, back in the days, we used to talk about Skynet has sent a Terminator to kill John Connor, yeah? Like, we are looking at a future where machines are going to have intelligence to communicate to each other and they execute tasks without the interface of a human being. So that's what we call artificial intelligence of things. And also, you see, our terrestrial networks, the base stations that our telecommunication companies are deploying are limited. They can't reach anywhere because, you see, in remote and rural areas, they don't see a business case. How would they put up a transmitter tower if only 4 people are going to pay for it? So that's why we need space technologies to counteract such kind of things. So our value proposition, or the things that we believe we want to do, is that we want to deploy and operate next generation high-speed space networks, right? We're looking at 5G/6G. We are talking about the future. And we want to set up efficient spacecraft manufacturing facilities here in Malawi. We'll start by assembling, okay? We'll be assembling, testing, and probably qualification will be done somewhere, but eventually we'll be doing most of the manufacturing. And then we also want to be able to conduct this cutting-edge research and also design low-cost and affordable technologies. So we've got a couple of things going on at Dhaka Space Technologies. So the ones in blue are the things that are currently going on, and the ones in gray are the things that we are looking at in the very near future. But suffice to say that we are designing the first 3-unit cube satellite that can be deployed with a 5G communication payload, or it can be equipped with a remote sensing payload for optical imagery, stuff like that. And we're also looking at 5G antennas and propulsion systems. But in the near future, we want to be developing facilities. I'll just give you an example quickly. The thermal vacuum chambers, TVACs. If you go to Europe, the cheapest would be around $800,000. But we have come up with some innovative idea. We want to reduce that price to about $80,000. So these are the things that we're doing. These are our design works, okay, in-house. So that's the, to the very left, that's the hardware platform and solar arrays for our 3-unit cube satellite. And what you're seeing over there to the very right, I've removed most of the details because we are going to patent that. That's what we call a 3x4 phased array antenna. Because with these advanced technologies, what you need to understand is that you need to create what we call beam forming, beam steering, and beam spotting. You don't want to be illuminating surfaces where there is no utility. Yeah, so you're using electronically scanned array antennas, stuff like that. And matter of fact, Jesse, we have designed first time a cold gas propulsion system that will be embedded in a satellite next year. Apart from that, we believe in space education and awareness, so we're developing a mobile app. I think it will be out very soon. We want to advance our awareness campaigns, stuff like that, so that people have got to know a lot more about space, because we want to build a Malawi community of space enthusiasts as well as space experts. So we are an open house. We believe in collaboration. I think you've seen already from the MOUs we've had. So we can collaborate in different fronts through investment, okay? And we can also collaborate on research and development. And also we can collaborate in advancing space education, awareness, and exploration. So our ultimate goal is to make space more affordable to Africa and beyond Africa. So let's see some of the use cases for space applications in Malawi. I think I'll just quickly go through them because most of them have already been said, okay? Firstly, you can look at agriculture, and of key importance is what we call precision agriculture. Most of the times we're failing to be productive with agriculture because we are growing maybe a crop at a location where it can't do well, and sometimes we are starting the farming activities much early, much later, stuff like that. But with satellite data and many other data that can be acquired through space technologies, you see that you can precisely go about agriculture. And also, we also talk about natural resource management. You know, I think a few weeks ago I was passing through Chikangawa Forest here in Malawi. I just realized that the forest is empty and nobody is taking any data about it. Yeah, so through satellite technologies we can be observing what's going on with our natural resources, and that goes a long way to mining sector and many other resources in the country. And also with our 5G ambitions as a company, we want to advance high-speed connectivity. And also we want to make sure that we lighten up the rural communities who are usually underserved by our existing telecommunication companies. Disaster risk management, it's very, very important because these are the things that are setting us back into the days instead of forging forward, because we experience very heavy economic losses through disaster. So a robust early warning system incorporates satellite technology, and that's a fact. And because for the fact that with a good constellation of satellites, you can be able to monitor disasters as they happen. And you know, it's quite sad to see that some people usually become victims of floods and eventually die because they don't receive the attention in good time because we don't have proper monitoring. I remember the past flood, we went to a village in Chiladzulu. We took a drone, right? And the mission was only there for 30 minutes, and then it was quite sad because with a satellite, you can be observing day in, day out, as long as your constellation is good enough. So healthcare and epidemiology can also benefit, because these days we're talking about telecenters. You don't have to have all the doctors in the world in order to treat patients. There are some of the things that can be done remotely, so there could be a doctor here in Lilongwe and treating a patient in Kasungu. So that can also be enabled through satellite technologies, because in the rural areas you need to have proper connectivity to do such kind of interventions. And also our city planners can also leverage on such data. I think a couple of guys have talked about how city planning and encroachments can be observed through satellite data. Another thing that we can look at as a country is advancing STEM education and space exploration. I think our children have got to be ignited and inspired right from the go. At the age of 5, 6, 7, a child should be able to say it out loud to a parent or to a sibling, to say, I want to be an astronaut, I want to be a physicist, I want to be an aerospace engineer. But that can only happen if we're giving some sort of support to them, and also enhancing our awareness at that level of education. And something that people don't really, because of politics, don't really like to talk about is security. And you see, the other gentleman from Space in Africa spoke about how space is a strategic geopolitical tool, okay? It's geopolitical tool, why? Because it's heavily controlled by governments. Why controlled by governments? Because the technologies that we use to build space technologies are the same technologies we use to build weapons, ammunition, stuff like that, okay? The rockets and stuff like that. So security is also very important, but beyond that, we can also look at surveillance and also reconnaissance missions to obtain intelligence before things happen. We can also use space technologies to do asset tracking. These days, people are losing vehicles and precious property, but nobody is able to track them because, to the other extent, we don't have proper tracking systems. And most of the data that is there in public, let me be very honest, I mean, if it's in public, it's useless, because you really need to have the ability to command a satellite to do a very specific thing for you. And you can only do that if you're running a ground station. That's the fact. So what are the future prospects? Malawi has potential, and the potential is already here. I can agree more with Madam Chair to say we really have to think beyond the borders. We really have to think about space technology, not as just something within Malawi. We can embrace it and then become the light of space in Africa. So what should we do in the near future as a country? Let's expedite the process to establish the National Space Agency. This is very important because it will be an umbrella. Startups like us will be shielded because people are going to throw a lot of stones. There's a lot of hunger in the country. Why are you talking about space? But I think the Space Agency is going to shield us from such kind of things. And then we need also to formulate policies, because we don't want people with ill intentions to quickly develop technologies that are not good for good use, because there are no policies. That's going to be disastrous. And we at least need to develop one space program. And if I may be allowed to suggest a space program, let's start with an Earth observation program, because we can use the same type of data to take image. I mean, it would be beautiful to say Malawi has taken its first photo from space using its own satellite. That would be beautiful. And let alone to see what's going on in the country in terms of agriculture, do proper land mapping, and get many other insights. We also need to start to dedicate resources to space technology startups, because we are startups. We are creating business models that have never worked in the country before. So we need that kind of shielding. Beyond tax incentives, we need such kind of grants for us to prevail to greater heights. And also let us leverage on collaboration, because in the space industry requires a very sophisticated value chain, all right, from hardware manufacturers, advanced chip manufacturers, and many other things. So through collaboration, I think we are going to create a very robust space technology industry. Why am I speaking in this way? Because you see, if you look at the Malawi Vision 2063, it talks about industrialization. And I think we'll be blindfolded if you think about industrialization as to only focus on the industries we have. I think space as an emerging industry is one of the components that is being touched by this vision, because the vision is a vision of prosperity, of a better tomorrow. So if you can leverage on the potential of space and then create the space industry within that vision of industrialization, then therefore we are going to expand and create new jobs, new opportunities, and also create advancement in science and technology. So what's our end game? Like I said in the beginning, we want Dhaka Space Technologies to be the TCMCs of space in Africa. You see, the story of TCMC is very, very important to understand. Did you know that in the whole of this world, there's only one company in Taiwan that creates the most advanced chips anywhere in the world? And that company is TCMC. It started like a startup as we are. They had a vision to advance semiconductor manufacturing. And as of today, the whole world depends on them. So we want to become the same in Africa. We want Africa to look at Dhaka Space Technology as the ultimate bearer of space technology advancements, research, and manufacturing. What about me? I think I would love to be remembered as the Elon Musk of Africa. And all great things begin with a vision, a dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chisomo. That was very captivating. It gives us great pride as Malawians to have youngsters like you pioneering in this industry. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand again for Chisomo. I should start with apologizing. We are going to take just 2 questions. Thank you. Yes, a hand there.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Modesta. I'm working with Helios Towers. You mentioned something to do with security. I was just interested having to note what has been happening in Israel recently. Israel is well known with its high intelligence in this field. Now, having noted that the satellites can be intercepted by hackers, which is exposing us to high security breaches, how is Malawi prepared to handle such issues? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the last question over there?
Okay. My name's Fumu Kasakala. So, firstly, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I wanted to know, since now DST is operational for some time, I wanted to know what challenges have you met in your operations since you started in Malawi, considering that we don't have a space program and there are not many people doing what you're doing. So you don't have a model to look at to gain knowledge from. So what challenges have you faced? And I noticed you also shared the companies in Singapore, in India that you have partnerships with. I wanted you to shed more light exactly what kind of services are you providing for them so that we can understand more what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And to close this session, please, Madam Chair, your question.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I think it's amazing that you've set up a space program before we've had space program, a space company. So really, I'd like to congratulate you and commend the work that you've done. I've taken note of some of the points you've made, and my question had been similar as to sort of, I know some of the information that you're going to be dealing with will obviously be confidential, but to just get a greater insight as to what you've been doing, whether you've been working with data, how big is your company at the moment, and I think it's amazing that you've been able to work with experts as you have from India, particularly as they've just launched their first satellite up, sort of a spaceship up to the moon. I think that's a great achievement. So it also gives us a reminder, because we're constantly talking about partnering with the US and so on and so forth, that India is actually a key player, very quietly a powerful player in the background, and they have far more economical ways of doing things. So if you could just give us some insight as well about how you've been operating, and I have taken note of the recommendations you've made.
Thank you very much. Isomo, you can take those.
Thank you so much for your questions. And let me start by responding to the lady over there. You see, I'm a very good fan of geopolitics, so to say. And I'm well aware of what's going on in Israel, okay? But I think I'll be very cautious of what I'm going to say. You see, Israel, in its case, it was taken unaware of because there was a holy holiday, yeah? They were, I think, taken off guard, so to say, in courts. But that doesn't mean that their technologies really failed, okay? But probably maybe there was no one looking at it and stuff like that. But Israel is one of the greatest inspirations as far as space technology is concerned, all right? And it suffices to say that most of the people who are launching satellites, they usually launch very close to the water bodies, yeah? But Israel, I think, is one of the few countries, I think Israel and Russia, that are able to advance their technology and preserve security by launching satellites inland. And also their intelligence is quite remarkable. Yeah, so as far as security is concerned in the country, you see security has got different levels of perception, all right? And this is what the experts usually call it, security by obstruction, all right? There's a security that is perceived, but there's a security that is requiring active interventions. And this is where space technology comes in, because you don't have to rely on deterrence to say nobody is going to do this in Malawi. But what if someone does something? What are you going to do about it? So I've engaged the MDF, but I won't talk much about it. It's quite classified, but there are security issues that we are looking at. Yeah. my friend over there, you spoke about the challenges, yeah. Well, I mean, as a startup, like I said, we don't have a workable business model, right? It's try and error, but I think we are trying intelligently, okay? So we have a lot of hiccups. And one of the hiccups we have, firstly, is perception. The people you expect to be your immediate stakeholders in the country are still asking, what is space going to do for the country? See, that's a big challenge. And yet they're sitting on data that is based on space technologies. Another challenge is that of financing and investment. As a startup, we need a lot of facilities and a lot of equipment. And one of our immediate plans is to be able to establish the first space laboratory in Malawi. But we're still looking out for funds. And the most unfortunate experience of that is that most of the prospective investors, they do not want me to do this in Malawi. They're like, Chisomo, we can do this with you, but come to US. We can do this with you, but come to UK, stuff like that. So, matter of fact, early this year, I was seriously contemplating moving to the US, but I think my patriotism get me stuck here. But I'm passionate, and I think that's why we exist as human beings. For every problem, we're going to find the most effective and efficient solution. Ma'am, just to address your comments, we are still a small establishment. The majority of our workforce are new graduates just through internships, but we are training them. And I think one thing I've realized is that I think with proper technical leadership, we have got very brilliant young minds in the country. And I can guarantee you that, and most of the works that we're doing here, we're doing with brilliant students who graduated probably with distinction, and then we give them a 2 weeks training, and yeah, they are set to start doing some of the tasks with minimal supervision. Yeah, and what was the other part of your question?
I think the other part of my question was more of a comment about commending what you had done. But since I've got the microphone, I'll take privileged advantage of also commenting on the patents. I'm very pleased to hear that you're patenting some of your work, because that's one thing that I think we in Africa tend to forget, that the one thing that actually earns more money than anything else is patents. I think in this industry, in fact, the tech industry in particular, and we don't patent very much. I do understand people asking you to go to the States and to the UK. They will patent your products and they will make the money from it, trust me. Very, very likely. But of course, the options are always there. But we need to get to a stage where we understand patents, and because that's what makes money. Yeah, that's what makes money. I think it's Audi. Most of the money that Audi earns is not from the cars or anything, it's from their patents. And the patents they sell to all the other companies, vehicle companies. So yeah, we need to get sort of wise about that, more aware. Issues regarding, you were talking about stakeholders not understanding. It is one of the priorities for us as a task force to sensitize stakeholders. I think I was having a discussion with the team yesterday, regarding the very same issue, that that is one of the key things that we do understand has to happen for people to understand that, because even senior people ask, what's the point? Because they don't understand that most of the data we're already using comes from space, but we're paying from it elsewhere. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chisomo. If you can just maybe make a comment on that observation.
All right. Just quickly to address her concern about protecting the intellectual property we are developing. We have started the patenting process. That's why I think I'm able to share some of the images. But I think we have not yet been granted a patent because we are finalizing the specifications for the technical designs as well as the engineering and science behind our innovations. But suffice to say that once you notify the Patents Office, they log your notification, and anyone else who comes after you cannot patent until your development period has been invalid or it has elapsed beyond the given grace period. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chisomo. A big round of applause. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to go for a lunch break. It will be okay. It will be for an hour, so we'll come back at 23 minutes past 2. Thank you. You will get the lunch coupons as you go out of this room. Thank you.
Mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact MACRA via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile
I see some people are still standing at the back. We are a bit behind schedule. All right, I know we are coming from lunch, and usually after lunch, and it being summer, we might feel maybe the need to be sleepy, but I assure you that the next presenter, you'd want to listen to him avidly. Our next presenter will be Mr. Yusuf Chimola. He is the founder of Redbeg Stark Limited, an engineering startup pioneering advanced tech in Malawi and beyond. He also established link systems, and he believes in harnessing technology for societal good, which is our theme, is in line with our theme this year, which is space application for space technology for sustainable development. Mr. Yusuf, the floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon. So I'm Yusuf Chimole, and I'm the founder and CEO of Redbeg Stark. And I also happen to be an executive member responsible for innovations at ICTM. Yeah, so we've talked about space applications and so on. I think the next thing that we need to talk about is, especially, I'm sharing this to the task force, on my ideas on how we can try to craft it for Malawi, using Malawi as a base case. So Redbeg Stark, I registered it last year as well. I graduated 2021 from Polytechnic, and I have my lecturers over there, people that they graduated me, and I happen to be part of them on as a staff associate part-time lecturer at Mobus as well. So I registered Redbeg as a STEM company with focus mainly on engineering. It's based in Blantyre and Mount Pleasant. So let me share with you my views on how we can try to venture into space and utilize whatever it comes with. So my topic is on revolutionizing sustainable development through remote sensing and GIS technology. I won't talk about building spacecraft. I won't talk about going to space. I'm the main end user. So the application, the use of whatever we're sending to space, that's where I would like to focus on, and primarily on how we can try to achieve that, the challenges we can face in order to achieve that, and partly some of the implementation we can do for specific areas that I'm going to cover. So my context is on introduction to satellite systems and remote sensing, GIS for spatial analysis, addressing agriculture challenges, disaster management, and urban planning and infrastructure development, evidence-based decision making, and also collaborative opportunities. My presentation is a very long one and doesn't have much pictures. It's good for researchers, but those that they just want some sort of visual excitement, yeah, you'll see maybe here and there. But it's more of, I was gearing towards implementation on how we can try to venture into this. So I'll start with satellite systems. I don't have to talk about that. We already know that satellite systems and remote sensing, they're more like, they're redefining on how we interact with the environment. We're getting more closer to understanding the world better with satellites. And so let me just say space technology. So under this, I broke it down into 4 areas. There is Earth observation for environment monitoring, agriculture monitoring for food security, disaster preparedness and response, infrastructure development and monitoring. So we've had numerous presentations on Earth observation for environmental monitoring. I won't explain what it is, but what are the impacts that if we try to venture into that, it can help us in making informed policies for sustainable land use planning and conservation efforts. So if we try to venture into this, these are the advantages that we can have under this subtopic for satellite systems and remote sensing, even including early detection of environmental degradation to prevent irreversible damage, floods, and so all the other problems that comes with negligence to not understanding your environment and not taking action. And also monitoring of protected areas and biodiversity, hotspots for conservation management as well. And enhanced understanding of climate change impacts on local landscapes. So they've talked about this, but if we try to venture into this, what are the challenges that we can meet? So there is atmospheric conditions can affect, for example, if we launch a satellite that uses optics in order to capture data, atmospheric conditions can affect whatever we're doing. And that can affect on what decisions we can make. So based on that, we need to know what kind of technology we need to launch into space in order to solve, for example, that particular challenge. Another challenge would be accurate classification of land cover and land use categories. We talked about, so many presenters, they've talked about the need of you to have like ground proof, where you have to go on the ground and to see whatever this is, and that particular coordinate, what does it mean? If it's green, you might see something green on the sat image, but probably on the ground it's something else. So the classification, we need to be very careful on how we translate or classify whatever we see on the Landsat image that we collect. So if we know some of these challenges in advance, they will help us in not going through the same problems that other people went through. And integration of satellite data with ground-based data for comprehensive analysis. Sometimes it's a challenge for you to exactly merge these two data sets. For example, you fly your drone, or you actually have people going on the ground, and then you try to get a sample that should represent something on the Landsat image, but Landsat image, they cover very huge areas. And sometimes you're likely to see very minimal differences, and that can affect the way you integrate and translate this data in relation to what you've collected on the ground. So we have to be aware of the challenges that we can meet. And for us to do this, if we happen to establish a repository for satellite-derived environmental data, like USA has the Earth Explorer. He shared about other sources where you can get data. To be honest, data is, if you're starting something from scratch, I believe you can find data, special data at the moment. Maybe something that is, let me say Landsat data, you can find that. But something that fits in your use case, maybe you might need to add something on top of that. For example, maybe you need to go to NSO or something like that, so that you should add more value to what the Landsat data that you collect. Because without adding something on top of that, pretty much it's useless image. There are useless images, but you have to bring in some sort of some other things that you add on top of that. And if we were decentralized, let's say ministries are doing things on their own, private sector doing things on their own. Let's say Ministry of Health, it can collect data that might be relevant to financial sector, but without them knowing. So if we aggregate whatever data we collect, I think it adds more value to whatever we're doing. For example, Google Maps is a good example for that. People add data on that, and it's a rich platform. And also, we need to develop like some sort of algorithms that can help us in processing the data that we collect. So we're dealing with images, image processing algorithms that we know, or that can work also by using the ground-based data that we're talking about. So sometimes you really don't need someone else to actually be working on that full time. You can just automate. You punch in your input, your data into that, and you get your information on the go. Even you can automate it, automate the whole workflow. So I'll show you an example. So for me, space and this whole thing is something that I've just ventured 2021. I happen to be part of ADDA, where I was learning remote sensing in GIS. So these are some of the things that we were learning that side. And I don't know if some people would be able to understand, but they're easy to follow once you get to know whatever they mean. For example, you see there's a data set, 2016 and 2006. So this is land cover for Blantyre. By the way, this data is not mine, straight from ADDA. Credit goes to ADDA. So this, the first map here was for 2006, and this one was for 2016, 10 years difference. But if you look at the land cover has changed with time. For example, in 2006, this side we did not have much vegetation as compared to 2016. So I think we can say in 2016 we improved when we looked at this area. But when you look at the red values or the red dots here and here, you'll notice that there is this side, it's more dense. This side is very dense as compared to this area. And at the center here, there is a blue dot. I don't know if anyone can guess that, but that's the source of water for Blantyre. Anyone has an idea? Yeah, Blantyre Water Board mainly gets water from the dam, yeah, Moody. So this is the dam. So you can see that in 2006, there was a vegetation here, which was helping the dam over there. And there was no settlement. But in 2016, it became a bare land. So that's a problem. And I'll show you today what that place looks like. So this is Moody Dam. If I open it's a satellite image. So this is Google Maps. You can access this anyhow. This is the area where there's a bare land. But back then, there used to be like some sort of trees, but people went on and started cutting down those trees. And if I switch back to this mode, you'll see that there is a Moody River down here, but you can't see any source for this river. The way this place is, it's at an inclined slope where on top of here there is a mountain during the mountain, and this side there is also like some sort of, it's more like on higher ground as compared to Moody River. So Moody River gets some water through this line and also this line. But now I'll show you what's happening. We have companies that are building whatever they're building here, and companies are very good at producing pollutants. Right now, Moody River is polluted, but the source is not yet polluted. But now the companies are building right here close to the dam. Guess what will happen, let's say next 10 years or 5 years, the dam will be polluted. Because right now, the exits, the Moody River is polluted, but the source not yet. So whatever these companies will be producing, will be making the extra water, the polluted water, might end up being dumped in here. So this is where we need councils, the government, and so on to intervene to understand the importance of GIS. All right, let me continue. And on technology monitoring and agriculture monitoring for food security, the advantage of venturing into this is we can have increased agricultural productivity to meet growing food demands, and also efficient water management and timely response to pest and disease threats, so minimizing the losses that we can make. At the same time, having data-driven decision making for crop rotation and management. In Malawi, I would say who is the smartest farmer, if you have an idea? okay, that's an opinion, but to me, I think Ilovo is the smart farmer. They've adopted drones, not just for monitoring, but even application of pesticides, chemicals, and so on. They use GIS. And for land preparation, they scan the whole area with drones. I believe they could have extracted that data from free sources, or they could also get satellite to cover that area in Jalo and Luangwa, but they opted for drones because drones, they provide more accurate data as compared to satellites. And I think for people that know that, that's true. And ground data is more accurate as compared to drone data. So that's the hierarchy. You have satellites, drones, and ground data where you actually go on the ground, you feel the soil. So Ilovo, they have adopted this, and they actually have a contractor to be handling land preparation, all sorts of analysis concerning the land. They use FES to do that. Even whenever they're preparing their land, because they use irrigation, so they have very large pieces of land. So with minimal elevation angle over a very long distance, that would have an impact on how you push water to the higher ground. So even when preparing land, they use drones to monitor the land, have machines on site, and check the land if everything is okay. Then put in the pipes for irrigation. So I would say Ilovo is the smartest farmer in Malawi. If we can learn from them, because I believe we're trying to venture into mega farms and sorts of agriculture activities. If we can try to learn quite a few things from them, I think it will be very beneficial to us Malawians. What are the challenges that we're likely to meet if we're to venture into agriculture monitoring for security, food security? Calibration of satellite imagery for specific crop types. So it goes back to whatever you see on the satellite, you have to verify with what you see on the ground. And also addressing variations in terrain and microclimates within the region. So you might have an area maybe having some sort of a higher temperature. Let's say you want to take images, sat images for lower shear. Maybe in Chikwawa, there are high temperatures. If you go maybe Palombe side, there are different view of the temperature, and some places maybe they're humid. All these, they end up affecting how you can translate the image, because mostly it all goes to visual, unless we adopt other technologies, which we don't use our technology for eyes. That would also help us, and to know what kind of technology we need to use in order if we want to venture into this. And also, another challenge is establishing effective communication channels for disseminating actionable insights for to farmers. So people are complaining here that this data is not accessible to. Trust me, you don't need to get Landsat image and give them to the farmers. You really don't need that. You need middleware. You need applications that can translate and understand that Landsat, and you build systems that you share with the farmers or extension workers, or you find some sort of representative that can translate that for the farmers. So you can build, okay, like one use case, not related to this, it's in healthy. We're building a platform for Malawi Liver Outcome Trust. They wanted a patient locating system for their TB study. So they had a problem with Google Maps because it's an online platform. So they wanted something that can work with even offline. So what we did is we had to search for map tiles, and the challenge was the tiles are very expensive, to be honest, but they're free ones. So we approached Mapbox, and after telling them our idea, they were like, okay, we'll give you for free because it's for community purpose, not for profit. So we'll give you for free, but also at a certain level of Zoom level. So whenever you see, for example, If I keep on zooming like this, it's not like it's a very large piece of image with a very detailed resolution. No, there are layers. Each layer is a group of pictures. So when you zoom into a particular layer, you zoom into a particular picture, and that picture has a layer down of it that is comprised of so many images as well. So that's how this whole technology works. So we ended up getting certain map tiles. It worked, and the end users for that system were health workers in remote areas, but they did not need to understand what Landsat image is. We're just picking up the map tiles, load them into the mobile application, loading boundaries, loading point of interest. Because when you're working in remote areas, it's the same thing that I was saying, that you need to add more data for yourself. Remote areas on Google Maps, you won't find like school or something like that, or this is not gourmet shop. You won't find that in remote areas. But you ask people in that area to go and collect point of interest, and we're able to do that using the same application. So it has two different modes for locating the patients, and at the same time for collecting point of interest. So point of interest were collected by people that are familiar with that area, and we take that data set, put it back into the server of MLW, and we enlarge the point of interest. So we're having like more like a centralized portal for sharing the point of interest. So if, let's say, an HIV project comes and would like to do some sort of study in that area, we ask them, give us a boundary for your study area, and we'll give you point of interest for that, because you don't want to load everything into the mobile application. It can't. Because even just map tiles for Blantyre, they were somewhere around 6-7 GB, but not at Zoom level 19. It was somewhere around 18. So it's an exponential thing. You have one map, a picture, the next tile maybe times 4. So it goes down like that. But the health workers, they did not need to understand that. So that's where we need to know that it's not a matter of sharing these Landsat images to the farmers, no. But build decision support systems that understands this Landsat image, the algorithms, and the data that you bring in. There was a gentleman that talked about certain data being collected by, I don't know which ministry, but 4 times a year about farmers. Imagine having that data on top of your application that is using some sort of Landsat image. So it all goes down to your use case. And also, for you to enhance that, there is a need of collaboration with agriculture extension services to train farmers in satellite data interpretation. So you're not necessarily giving them the map tiles, no. If we were to take that route, we'll stay there forever until everyone gets a degree or something like that. But even people with that, some people with with degrees, not in this field, they can't understand Landsat image. It also was something that we also covered during ADDA. They taught us that on how you can actually use GIS to calculate or know the level or the height of your plants. Yeah. So what you do, you basically subtract DSM, which is surface level, the satellite or drone footage takes surface level, a surface layer of your whole area, and you subtract it with DTM for you to have what? To have the height of your crop. So if you see some disparities, you're able to work out on that, and also understand maybe this crop, you're supposed to be 5 meters, or you're supposed to be 20 meters. These trees were supposed to be 20 meters. Something is up. So you can use that for managing or understanding or generating insights for forests or even some other natural habitats out there. And disaster preparedness, the good things about that, we would be able to have early warning systems for timely evacuation and disaster preparedness. Also damage assessment, we can achieve that as well. and minimize loss of life through proactive disaster management and post-disaster recovery plan based on accurate damage assessment. If I may ask, who knows at what level the floods affected southern region? Even if we were to combine all the information that we've collected in our small units, which is also a problem, we wouldn't be able to do that because it caught us off guard. If we were to do that, yes, we have an average or we have an idea of at what extent, but the accurate data, we don't have that. We don't have systems that can help us understand because we really don't know what was there before. We really don't. We just have an idea. And the challenges is on data acquisition, the latency, the gap that it takes for you to collect data and process it during emergency times. Those are the challenges that we'll have to understand and put in at the back of our heads when we're trying to venture into this. And also integration of data from multiple satellite sources for comprehensive analysis and interoperability of data. So like an example that I would give you, the platform that we built for MLW, there was a challenge that they wanted something that fits, that has a standard where different projects or research projects can use that and integrate with their data collection tools. And whatever we built it on top of ODK. So ODK, it's a standard tool that is used in collection data. So anyone who uses ODK to collect data, they can actually use that platform. You can do KYC on that platform. You can do whatever you want, but it belongs to MLW. So yeah. And for implementation plan, so we have to establish a centralized disaster data hub for real-time data integration. Sounds like very ambitious, but yeah, we need to do so. We noticed many agencies, companies, they established centers during Cyclone Fred. I also happened to be, I was one of the members that were at Mount Soch, a hub that was opened by Macra in monitoring telecommunication in Malawi. So we're looking at which cell towers went down and so on. And there were other hubs that were looking at food, other hubs were looking at, I don't know. But imagine if we had all these, a unit that actually works at the moment, we put everything and we understand everything. Because the moment you combine data, different data sets, you learn something that you were not able to think of on your own with your own data set. But when you combine X, Y, you're able to, oh, okay, so there is this value. Okay, all right, I never knew. Only if I had X, I don't think I would have an idea of how X would be affected with bringing in the element of Y to that. And another thing that we also did during the training was assessment of flood at Dzaleka. So we extracted DME, this data set was already there at ADDA. Credit goes to ADDA. They taught us on how you can use DME and also even visualize in 3D and understand flow patterns of water and at the same time direction of the flow of the water. And you can convert this data set into something that you can visually see. So for example, so this is Dzaleka. It's right here. It's right here. So just by looking at it, quite very hard for you to understand. But the moment you bring in DME, few of you would be able to understand. But you need to present information in a way that people would be able to understand. So if we bring in flow accumulation, this is how water flows within that particular area. It flows with that direction. So look at them as streams. Some, they have different patterns, dendritic, radial, and so on. And the basins that are within this area, we identified four of them according to the landscape on how it was. All right. okay, according to the landscape, how it was. And with inclusion of, I remove the flow accumulation. This also shows the direction of the flow of water using a different algorithm, hillshed. And I would also like to show you on how you can turn this into something that you can visualize or you can easily understand. So just by looking at this, quite hard for you to understand, but using tools that are freely available out there, you can be able to understand that area. For example, from that same data set, we can see that this is the layout on how it looks. Not very accurate, but it gives you an idea of how that particular area is laid out. Yeah, thank you very much. So I have, like I've said, my presentation is very long. I think I'll skip most of it and go to the most, one of the most important part that we didn't talk about. So bear with me. I don't know if these presentations will be shared, but, oh, there was also an interesting topic on natural resource management, on where we're able to know that we need to protect these animals. They were a nest for birds, and we need to give them a buffer zone, an area where we don't want to mess up with that animals, and create, and also at the same time, without messing up wherever these animals feed, live, and so on, interact with. So from this, whatever we did here, we're able to calculate the actual size of land that these people can use, and it was somewhere around 30%. Most of it was something that was occupied by the nests and the birds, the animals that were within that. My most important part, I think, was on collaborative opportunities. We need to, for us to progress in space, I think we need to work together. We can't ignore that. There was a cry that data is not being shared and so on. We need to work together for us to be able to progress. Otherwise, we collect something, we keep it. That's why we even have disintegrated payment platforms like right now. So well, that's one of the biggest problems that we have in Malawi, integration and working together, sharing data. So under collaboration opportunities, I have like 5 areas that we need to look at. So there is public-private partnerships for space innovation. So where we have the government working with the private sector, let's say the government working with banks, or yeah, or something like that, or Ilovo, and also capacity building and skill enhancement. And also international collaboration for global challenges, engaging local communities for sustainability, and urban governance and service delivery. So under public-private partnerships, the good thing about that is it can help in it will help in advancement in technology through combined expertise, and also it would help in enhancing resource sharing for cost-effective solutions. You don't want different units collecting the same data. That's very expensive. But if you share whatever other hub collects and you bring into the centralized hub that I was talking about, you will cut down the cost and also the time that you need to achieve whatever you're trying to achieve. And it also creates job opportunities and economic growth and improved access to space technology for wider applications. What are the challenges? Balancing commercial interest with public interest. If you have different players in the same port, someone wants a drumstick, another person wants, I don't know, the backside of the chicken, I don't know what you call it, but maybe 3 people, they would like to get drumsticks. What would you do? So those are the challenges that we're likely to encounter. And also addressing intellectual property and data ownership, those are problems as well. How do we address those? We need to understand the challenges that we're likely to meet. And also establishing transparent and fair partnership agreements. Agreements, yeah, we need to also look at them. And on implementation plan, so create platforms for collaboration and knowledge exchange, also facilitate joint research and development initiatives. Okay, and on urban governance and service delivery, the impact of, on that is we can help in improving public service through data-driven planning. I was talking about like the Moody issue. can help in public service delivery. Also enhanced citizen engagement through transparent governance and efficient resource allocation based on spatial analysis and strength disaster response and recovery strategies. The challenges with going with this direction. All right, okay. The challenge with going in this direction is on ensuring equitable access to services for all communities who don't bias, in addressing data privacy and security concerns, integrating local knowledge with remote sensing data, and also establishing a GIS-based urban governance platform and collaborate with local governments for data integration. Sorry, I was just pushed to, because I don't have enough time. But now we'll talk about capacity building and skills enhancement. This is where we need also to venture, to look at. It's not just having companies that are doing this, but we need to enhance skill set and capacity building. So the impact is we create a workforce of skilled people within the space and GIS domain. And also we improved career prospects and job opportunities, strengthen local innovation and problem solving, because people will contribute, and establishment of knowledge sharing ecosystem. That would help. We won't have these problems of farmers not understanding or something like that. And the challenges we're likely to meet on that is addressing disparities in access to education and training. Who will you train? How will you choose? And ensuring relevance of training programs to industry needs. Do the right trainings, bring in the right content. And also overcoming financial barriers for skill enhancement. The implementation plan would be like establishing training centers and workshops in collaboration with institutions that are within that particular area in space and GIS. And also providing scholarships, grants for skills development. And on international collaboration for global challenges, the good thing about that is it would strengthen regional cooperation for shared challenges, improve data sharing and cross-border planning, enhance diplomatic relations through common goals, leveraging expertise and resources for collective benefit. Challenges that would meet in international collaborations would be overcoming political and logistical barriers to collaboration, ensuring equitable distribution of benefits, addressing varying levels of technological advancement. Let's say South Africa comes from Malawi. They have so many space programs. They are advanced than us. Those are some of the challenges that we would like to meet. Implementation plan would be establishing collaborative frameworks with neighboring countries and participating in international conferences and partnerships. The last one, I think, engaging local communities for sustainability. So the good thing about that would be empowered communities with ownership of development initiatives. So if you're bringing in the communities, they feel like they own that as well. And improved accuracy of local data through indigenous knowledge, and enhanced trust and cooperation between stakeholders, addressing challenges tailored to local needs. All right, so who am I? I'm founder of Friedbeck Stack Limited, and I happen to have a grant. Maybe you might ask, what are you doing? I happen to get a grant from the government through World Bank financed Malawi government project, Digital Malawi, and I got a grant. But their primary goal was digital skills training. The Digital Malawi project is focused on digital skills training, but I asked them if they can allow me to get part of that funding and establish, to kickstart the process of establishing a UAV lab, first private owned. And they approved, but not, because they have their own priorities, but they supported this idea. So that's what we're doing. So under that project, we're training people on digital skills, including remote sensing and UAV systems, and we're also helping small business people out there. And we're also establishing the UAV lab And we're also doing mass ICT literacy. We're training the elderly people to understand the ICT sector. That's quite useless. No, let me not say useless. So the project is for 1 year, let me say 13 months. The target KPIs, they are there. The target areas, we're focused on southern region of Malawi. And beneficiaries, we have the youth and women. And the funding source is from World Bank. And the goal of the project is to promote digital skills and mass ICT literacy and women entrepreneurship. And for us, our office is based in Blantyre, the Stack office. And those are what we're doing at the moment and our future programs. We have a computer lab, setting up the UAV and electronics lab, and a co-working space and a shared conference room for people that they don't have such access to that facility. In our future programs, something that we've already started working on, some of them, is we're venturing into renewable energy, pay-as-you-go model, and also doing digital finance in remote areas. And we're also setting up, want to be bringing in developers in-house, interact and so on. At the same time, digital healthy, that's something that we're also venturing into. And supporting entrepreneurs as well. And we also have a Stark internship program. So right now we have students from the University of Malawi, the Polytechnic, which is Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences. So we have engineering students that are doing internship at our office. So yeah, basically that's it. And during it at ADDA, I have experience in this whole drone thing, from building, flying, GIS application. So I was able to build a craft using a Raspberry Pi and a Pi camera to generate quality data that was actually similar to data that was collected using DJI drone. So these are some of the skills that we need to train people. And during the training, we need to come up with projects. And I was also able to work with my team in building this drone and the other drone as well. So thank you very much. No questions. All right, the gentleman over there.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Zrare Piri. I have two questions where I would like to see clarification. During your presentation, you mentioned that your ground data is more accurate than satellite data. So I just want to understand under what condition can you rely on satellite data, considering the fact that remote sensing rather, we also tend to employ the aspect of signature reading. So should we say that, can we rely more of ground data than satellite data, technologically speaking, with regards to soil moisture monitoring? Second question, you mentioned the challenge to do with the integrating local knowledge with remote sensing data. I would like to seek clarification on that challenge, where possible a solution you can propose. Thank you.
You can take those ones.
All right, so on data, ground data and sat data, yes, ground data is very accurate. For example, you can have a thermal camera pointing at a crop. Yes, you would see the heat signature, but if you take a thermometer, go at that particular crop and you test it or you sense it, you would get more accurate values as compared to just relying on the values that you've collected through your thermal camera. So these devices, especially Landsat data, they cover a very wide area, but the accuracy of that data needs to be, how you interpret that data, even the accuracy itself needs to be verified and compared with the ground data. But you can walk away with it without, if you have like a very good tolerance, you can walk away with it. But let's say if you were doing something that needs high precision, then there is no need for you to use a ground data. So the example that I've given you is on Ilovo. They can, if they wanted to, they can use Landsat data to monitor everything. But they went for drones, and they also have people that go in that particular area to look at whatever that data maps to what they see on remote sense data. So what you see, what you feel on the ground is a bit different from what you see using a camera. Or even if you were to have two hot plates, and one maybe, let's say 100, and the other one maybe 90. If you were to take a thermal camera, something that is, maybe that's a general thermal camera, probably you would think that they have the same temperature. But if you go on the ground to test that by yourself, you're likely to understand. And that difference is something that you have to go back and look onto your Landsat data. Because the idea is you want to understand this difference so that you should be able to apply that to your whole area that you're covering. Because you cannot cover the whole area by doing ground data analysis. But you just need a sample to understand, what does this mean? What does this mean? So, okay, so if this means this, on the map and this area is showing this, then you map that. Whatever you see that's looking like that, you're able to translate, so this is 100 degrees, something like that. And integrating local I hope that answers your question. And you also mentioned about at what level, not so, at what level, how do we trust? So it all goes down to tolerance issues. Quality data you have to buy, or you need to have your own equipment, but there's also free version of it. So look at it as having free version of something that do not have extra details, but if you want something that is detailed, then you have to spend on that. And even if you want quality data, it's not just a matter of these satellites producing quality data, but even when you go on the ground, if your sample is you did not pick up your sample strategically, you would also fall into a problem. So it's on both directions, on how you do ground analysis and how you translate that with your data that you collect through remote sensing. And the technology that you use, so there are so many things. Like I've said, if you want to, drone data is more accurate as compared to satellite imaging, and ground data is more accurate as compared to remote sense, drone images. So you have to bring in that, you're the one, you have to make the decision. What should I do? What should I use? If you have a farm as big as Malawi, you can't use ground data. But if you have a very small data, a farm just like this place, you can use ground sampling or something like that. And on integrating local knowledge with, you said integrating local knowledge with more remote sense data. Okay, all right. So for example, you have a farm and you're growing something, or you have an invasion of locusts. The way you see that on the map, it's quite hard for you to understand that, this is an invasion of locusts. You understand? So you have your own knowledge about what you go through, or your farm or something like that. But for you to be able to understand, I said it's a challenge, right? Yeah, it's for you to be able to breach this tool without proper understanding of what's happening. It's a challenge, because you might end up translating something in a different way. Like the way I said that what green might mean in Mulanje might not mean the same thing in Chikwao. It all goes down to atmospheric conditions, the technology that you're using, and so on. So you have to integrate with the local data for that particular area. So that also poses a challenge if you, let's say you want to cover a very large area by yourself. So I don't know if that covers the question.
Thank you. We'll take one more question from the floor.
I have the mic. I know you just mentioned it in passing about the application at MLW. I was just curious, after acquiring the map file, the map tiles, were the map tiles with laid-back stack servers on the cloud or on the MLW servers, bearing in mind that the map tiles were not useful or applicable to the mobile devices itself, I should assume they were used on the supervisor's desk for decision making, let alone. What performance effect did the map bring to the application in the long run? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so if I understand your question very well, you're talking about, okay, let me just try to answer it. So the map tiles were not necessary. Yes, we placed them on the server just for downloading. So the way we built the system was, we have a server, and what you do is, you get a your mobile phone or a tablet with a blank application, and then you create a project on the server. You choose the map tiles that you want. So in our case, we wanted Blantyre because the research was done in Blantyre Urban to be precise. And we had map tiles for that. So that means, had it been you were creating a project on the platform for Lilongwe, you would have to add map tiles for Lilongwe first in the server. So when you bring in your mobile application, you create a project, you choose the boundaries, you load map tiles for that particular boundary. So you load those map tiles in the phone. So I talked about Blantyre Urban being somewhere around 6 GB. That's a challenge with offline working with GIS systems. So you actually have to load the map into the device. So we were loading them for offline working. But so we're loading them together with the boundaries, the point of interest, and yeah. So we would allow people to go to the field and work, and it was protected because once you configure the project, we're giving users rights and even authorization implementation. So not everyone had access to that. But so you'd collect data using ODK. Whenever you want to pick a location for someone, you'd ping on the phone, and you'd show the person, so where do you stay? Which point of interest are you close to? And then they'll say, I'm close to Mavuto shop. They would say, you would search, it would take you right there, and you choose the coordinate, they'll show you the house, and you pick, or you locate the house, you save the point, the coordinate. And when you go back, you upload the data, or even, if you're connected to the internet, you send the data to the server, so you're good to go. If you want to improve that, the map tiles, you can scrap them off, bring in new map tiles, because maps are changing every day. So for sustainability, we made sure that the system would allow people to bring in, update, and remove map tiles. Does that cover your question? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Yusuf. A big hand for him. We'll have a cocktail. So if you want to interact more with Yusuf, I saw a couple of hands. You can interact with him then, get his contacts as well, so that you might get to know more of his presentation. Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. My comment was going to be very brief. I know we're short in time. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the information that you've provided. There were just had basically one. I mean, we'll engage later, obviously, and we hope that you'll be, communicating with us at the Space Agency Task Force. But the issue of the data is, are you setting up the data in any sort of warehouse, data warehouse, or anything like that? Are you aggregating the data anywhere to make it more readily available? Or has anybody set up a data warehouse in country for that?
So I just know that we have a data center in Blantyre, belongs to the government, but I know some government agencies, they work together. Sometimes they share data, we have signed agreements, like even the time we're working with Macra on the emergency center for the telecommunication sector, we're able to get data from NSO. So we have these units that they have data sets. So sometimes it's just a matter of a push to request for that data. So you'd see that some people would be allowed, some would not be allowed. So if, but I wouldn't say there is a centralized hub by the government or private sector that they're sharing data. No, they don't. For us, we're not really into that business. We're just more like, we're advocating for that. It's something that is very big for me, a company that I just started yesterday. But in the long run, we can buy servers or something like that, because right now we're buying a server for the trainings that we're doing at a small scale. So maybe in future, it's something that we would do. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusuf. Now, I'm going to call quickly Dr. Lawrence Lohanga from DMI to give us your presentation. You've got 30 minutes. Assist us with the screens, the big screens, and the presentation.
Are you able to get the signal? Okay, thank you. All protocols observed, thank you very much. I want you to have a look at this picture. It's a picture, it's a cartoon picture. It's a picture about children, it's a story about radio astronomy. Now, this cartoon is coming from a booklet for children in South Africa. And it's published by SCAR. SCAR is the largest telescopes in the whole world, basically. Largest radio telescope, basically. So when I'll be presenting this talk, I want you to keep in mind about this picture. And it is for that reason I want to introduce space science education in Malawi. So I'll talk about the background, I'll talk about creating growth, I'll talk about our Institute of Earth Sciences and Space Technologies at DMI University. I'll talk about significance of space science education. I'll touch a little bit about challenges and opportunities, the role of our university, collaborations, policy and socio-economic implications. But I don't have time, so I might skip some of the elements and just try as much as possible to cover the materials. Now, earlier on I talked about SCAR. SCAR is Square Kilometer Array. It's the world's largest radio telescope. And I don't know how many people knew about it, that the largest radio telescope in the world is just 2 hours away, flight in South Africa. And now the reason I make a reference to SCAR Africa project is because several African countries are involved in this project. That include Mozambique, Zambia, Kenya, Botswana, Ghana, and so forth. And what I'm trying to tie to is when these countries join the SCAR Africa project, immediately what happened was all these countries introduced space and astronomy studies in their countries. And that is the point I'm trying to drive. So for Malawi, if we are going to introduce the space program, it's very important that we keep it in mind that we need to start somewhere to drive education at different levels to achieve ability to provide skill sets and workforce skills which would be much needed, because I don't think we would have the resources to export the expertise in a few years to come. So just briefly, a quick state of astronomy in Malawi is that we don't have astronomy in schools. Maybe years ago it was there, I don't know, I didn't research on that. But right now we don't have any course or subject in public schools. So yes, there is some element here and there they'll mention about 9 planets or 8 planets and so forth, but not detailed as needed for our future successes in this field. So the Malawi task force would need to set up some strategy whereby they're going to maybe talk to other education institutes and agencies in the country and try to bring, astronomy or space sciences in schools at different levels, right from primary school. Because I wanted to say George Mwambi, but I can't remember it. But it's something which talks about once you plant something in a child, that is implanted forever. That's why I had that picture. Okay? So we need to start, teaching our children, as they grow, they get inspired and so forth, and the list goes on. Because right now, if you ask any genuine Malawian about something celestial, they'll probably mention a sun, the moon, and eclipses. It ends there. But there's more to it, and we need to bring it forward. But what are the opportunities and how can we get there? So one area in which we are looking at as university is bringing in courses. We've covered a lot of ideas, the previous presenters, about what we can do with courses, training, and so forth. So through our institute, which I'll talk shortly, is that we're looking in introducing short courses. But these short courses are targeted, which means they're not like degree programs. People from academia here would know that trying to start building a new degree program takes forever, takes years. There's so many processes and goes on. So it will take forever, but we don't have that time. I'll take it from one of the presenters who said that start now, okay? Now, starting now, in our case, it means that do something that we can do. And what is that we can do now? So, collaboration. So I'll talk about that shortly. So at DMI, St. John's the Baptist University, we're introducing, it's not launched yet, but it's inside. It's called Institute of Earth Sciences and Space Technologies. And one thing we were trying to do is bring these short courses. But how are we going to achieve them with maybe meager resources and so forth? So one way of doing it is by collaborations with institutes who are already established, who are already doing those things. So that's the vision for introducing short courses. But we're also going to work a lot with the local partners. We want to work with regulatory bodies, different ones, the education one, the Malawi Space Agencies, the MACRA. And MACRA is even very important. If I don't have a slide a bit, maybe I should just go ahead and talk about now. For example, if you were going to talk about doing small studies with radio astronomers, it means you're talking to MACRA, because you can't be using radio astronomy without talking to MACRA. But they're here anyway. So. So some of the things we want to do at our institute is trying to fill up some of the gaps and the challenges which we have in the country right now. Yes, we have STEM programs, and there's a lot of movement that are going in the country with STEM programs. But if you look around, go around the various universities, you will still find the lab are very insufficient for advanced sciences. If you're going to build students, you need to have labs that are fitting that program. So we are very fortunate at DMI that since this year, we're installing new state-of-the-art mathematical and STEM labs, which will be used for advanced courses for our various degree programs, but also especially when we come to things like astronomy or space sciences. In the future, we want us to do a lot of research and development with the various partners and so forth. But maybe before I forget and before I get off my presentation, is that we not just jump and make partnership with various partners, but we also do stakeholder validation. We need to make sure that the courses which we're going to introduce meets the needs of a growing industry. Because it's one thing to introduce a very advanced program which nobody will need it, nobody will use it. So we want to make sure that you're talking like to darker spaces and so forth, what is that they're looking for? And then we design a program in association with the various partners to make sure that we deliver the right skill sets to the industry. And eventually, maybe after several years of doing that successfully, then we'll be able now to maybe talk to other universities who are well ahead, like, the University of Technology in Botswana, who have been doing it for quite a while now, and learn from them, what they're doing, how did they introduce their degree programs. But we need to start very small, baby steps, and move forward. Another thing we need to keep in mind when designing these programs is to look at various national agendas. For example, looking at the national research agenda. What are the 7 pillars saying with regard to this program? Look at SDGs. What are the SDGs saying to this program? Look at various economic development goals to make sure that the course is able to address what is needed. I want to conclude by insisting what almost every previous speaker has spoken about, that is collaborations. Collaborations are very paramount. For us, since the idea came on, we've been talking to a lot of people. We've talked to colleagues at the SCA, we've talked to people in Ghana, we've talked to people in New Zealand, we've talked to people in Europe, we talked to people locally here, and we've talked to everybody, and we're still talking. And actually this forum has even helped us because we're already connecting with several members who are attending here. So the point is collaboration is key. If we are going to start as very successful, we need to do a lot of collaborations, and that is going to help us. I've really cut down my, it wasn't that long, but I still cut it because I know she's still looking at me when it's going to end. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc. I will take 2 questions from the floor. Can I get somebody to assist with the mic?
Thank you. I wanted to ask, is this program specifically for private education sector, or will it also involve the public education sector?
I'll take another one.
My question is on collaborations. You talked of making international collaborations, and I think most of the speakers also spoke about that. So I wanted to ask, like, how do you get partners, like, in an international level? Do you approach them, or do they just have interest in what you're doing? Like, how do you make sure you have the partners? Thank you.
Thank you. Doc, you can take those 2.
All right, let me start. Now, the program we designed, it's not just one. There are a number of them, but let me quickly talk about the first one. We're planning to do outreach program. Right now, we have a very good program in computer science. We have students all over the world who graduated from DMI doing amazing things out there. From that program, we have an outreach program whereby we teach 6 secondary school students in Mangochi districts. And our lecturers, they go and teach them maybe once a month, something like that. And the students, they come back to our campus, they do practical part. And this can range maybe from Form 1 or from 4 and so forth. But learning from that experience, would want to apply the same thing doing outreach for astronomical studies. Now, moving from that, our programs are not aimed for private, they're aimed to everybody. Whoever is interested, for whatever reason, they want to do any of the courses in space sciences or astronomy. I hope I answered that question. The second question is on collaborations. Now, if you're aware that our university, the DMI St. John the Baptist University, is actually based from India, okay? The headquarters is in the state which has so many space institutes, including some of the biggest national space institutes in India. Is where our university is coming from. So we have easy opportunities of making collaborations such as this in training and courses and so forth. But making a collaboration partnership is always about talking. You have to start from somewhere, knowing what you want to do and knowing what information or knowing what you want, and you approach the right people in the right channels, and that's how it goes. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Doc. Before I let you go, we have online participants. Our technical side, do we have anybody online? All right, we have a question from our online participant. What are you planning for young Malawians and coming generation interested to join these space studies here in Malawi? Perhaps not all Malawians can afford to study abroad for space studies.
Okay, this question is a good question, of course, and because people are always worried about the cost when it comes to training. In a very brief, let me say that I had a slide which was talking about, public awareness. And in that one, I was urging the Malawi Space Agency to consider bringing in, maybe purchasing smaller, radio telescopes, for observation. There are a lot of brands which are affordable, which government can afford to buy several of them for secondary schools. And then using those, tools, be able to inspire young people and so forth. Apart from that, I was also urging the agency that you should consider maybe making several public events which are aligned with celestial events. We know, for example, when maybe Jupiter and Saturn aligns, or maybe when eclipse is happening, when something is happening. So be able to create a year program along those events, and then in different areas or different schools. Those things are a little bit of things which can help inspire young people.
Thank you so much, Doc. I'll let you go sit down. A hand for the Doc before he goes. We shall break shortly for 5 minutes. Maybe we can take this 5 minutes to network. Doctor said networking is key, so you can approach, we have the Doc right there, you can approach him on your question. I know we've got students here, so you can approach any of our speakers and get to know more on what you want to know more about. Let's just stretch for 5 minutes and then we'll get straight into our panel discussion.
Mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Macra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, The CEIR will empower mobile
Ladies
subscribers
and
and strengthen their
gentlemen,
security by allowing them to block or trace stolen
our
mobile
students,
phones, check the genuineness of a
take
mobile
our
device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Makra via email dg@makra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, Makra.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry.
Have seen and heard most of our panelists, but allow me to introduce our moderator. Our moderator for this panel is Dr. Chomora Mikeka, who is the Director of Science, Technology and Innovation in the Ministry of Education. He's an Associate Professor of Physics at Chancellor College, the university that God loves the most. He holds a doctorate in engineering from the Division of Physics, Electrical and Computer Engineering. He's an associate professor. Dr. Chimura Mukeka, may you a big hand for Dr. Chimura Mukeka, who's our moderator. Our next panelist is none other than the chairperson of the Malawi Space Agency Task Force, Tandikile Chisala Mvundola. Madam Chair. Our next panelist is Mr. William Makwinja. He's also a member of the Malawi Space Agency Task Force. Mr. William. Let me also call upon Jessie Ndawa. Jessie, may you please come up front and take your seat. Our next panelist is Dimani Mpolomanga. I hope I have pronounced that right, although I feel like I have not, so let me apologize. I hope during the cocktail you teach me how best to pronounce your name. Receive my apologies, but Dimani, please do take your seat. Let me also call in front Mr. Chisomo Ndaka. He's also part of our panel. Lastly, we'll have Tomidaye. He's also part of our panel. May you please come in front. I'll hand over to Dr. Chimora.
Thank you, Lemekezani Chisambiro, the general moderator for the session, but also for the day. I think it's been a great pleasure that you've introduced the distinguished speakers, panelists, discussants for this special occasion that we have before us. A session that is looking at space applications for sustainability development, SD, or SDGs, particularly that will be focusing on three key words: policy, projects, and focus areas. And I'm so excited this afternoon to be given the podium to moderate such distinguished experts, including the presence of the President, Chairperson of the to-be-born Malawi Space Agency through the task force that she's leading, Tandikile Mvundola. She used to be one of my mentors when I was newly graduated from engineering. She had already set up Epson and Omega, then internet ISP, and she's been full throttle. When I came back from Japan, she already was running Nicotech Technologies, and I visited her, and that was good. I'm happy to see Chisomo Daka, who is present here. Chisomo Daka has exceeded what I used to do when I was at his age. I taught him. He was one of the brilliant students. I mentored him, but he has run and jumped, leapfrogged. Now he has an agency of his own called DST, getting closer to the government established Directorate of DSTI. So, so we like the Dhaka Space Technologies, DST. And then the experts like William Makwinja, who, when I was only 3 years old, then in the 80s, they were already, working and fixing, building parts of aircrafts and being cognizant of aerospace, aeronautics, and related aspects. What not a good moment to claim him back to Malawi and to see how to, establish and launch space, crafts, ships, and everything else, and study the same. We're excited what you do in South Africa, but also your very able presence in the task force that we have. I have had several phone calls with him just to understand what they used to do in the 1980s. They were very tough then than he appears today, but I'm sure he will share insights with us. When I arrived, I was excited to be informed that all of you have had memorable, exceptional moments from the evangelical, sharings from Southern Africa. One Jason Ndaba, and also our own Vele Mpweleng. I was asking him, how do I pronounce your name, Doc? And he said, it is a Bantu name, Mpweleng. I'm happy to pronounce your name very well. Both having set up from ground zero to great, brilliant, establishments, tangible and African. I'm one of the top Pan-Africanists, and anything African is sweeter to me, and I love it. And thank you, congratulations. You are here simply to inspire us all and to create a footprint that we can recall continually. Lastly is our very own, all the way from, Nigeria? When I was looking at the name, Temidayo, I'm just thinking that this might be Nigeria. And I'm not sure whether he is Igbo or he is Ibibio, whether he's coming from Oluba or Lagos or Abuja. You will tell us. But any of those things, we understand Nigeria is a continent on its own, but also within Africa. We are excited, Temidayo, to be with you here. And as I said, that our scope, in the few minutes that we have, 27 minutes or 37 minutes, we will focus on some of the most difficult practical things that we would like to this panel to clench. Number one is, do we need to have a policy with respect to establishments of space programs in a country like Malawi? Do we need policy? By the way, we are happy and privileged in here to have even senior counsels, attorneys at law, like our very own Raf Muhone. Can you just raise up your hand where you are? Raf Muhone is, and these are critical legal minds who are within the task force, and therefore we feel safer. Let them rumble, and we will be guided later on. So I would like to ask first of all, Thandi Mvundula, you have been pivotal in Malawi when we were starting issues of ICT. They never existed in this country before, in the 90s, and coming, the police and other things, that landscape, internet, all the new emerging technologies were coming when there was no policy environment. Duty bearers were there, the government. Right holders were there, the citizens. They needed internet, some needed email, and somehow the policy was missing. Do you think we need a policy for space? If so, what are the intricacies? What could be the teething issues, but also the challenges to eventually have something like that? I'll get it from you. And the others will be dealing with projects and focus areas because they're much more practical in that area. Over to you, Thandi.
Thank you very much to Mikeka and introduction, and very humbled to be here with you. When we talk about policy, as since we started our work in establishing the task force for the Malawi Space Agency, we've spent quite a bit of work and
yes, we switch the mic. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There's been quite a lot of groundwork and preparation for us to start off and set this institution up for the country. One of the challenges that we see ahead in terms of engagement, because to develop a policy for any sector, there needs to be some sensitization, input, consultation with key stakeholders to ensure that the policy is going to deliver for the country. So I take this from some of my previous experience as Dr. Chamora said, in ICT, because at the time that I set up the email service, the first commercial email service in the country, there was one radio station, one newspaper, and one telco. I know for a lot of you young people it's very difficult to even imagine what that would be like. Encouraging people to even engage with the sector, well, to start off with, when I started it, I went to the one regulator, which was the telco, because the telco was the regulator at the time, and I went to register my business, and they said, we don't know what it is, go away, come back when we understand what it is, but go away, which is what I did, and I started operating. I then realized that as you start working in sectors like that, you find the information. We've talked a lot about collaboration during the last 2 days, but collaboration comes about when you understand what you have, what you can share, how you can share it, how you can protect data, how you can manage the privacy. So all of these concerns to ensure that people are adequately protected in implementing this are covered in the policy framework. So those guidelines are critical to set up so that when we do start operating, fully operating, it's a fair environment, it's an equitable environment, it's an environment in which we can promote the young entrepreneurs, as we have here, to really take advantage of what is in the market. Because the market in space is not local, it's not just Malawi. It's got to be in a global space. So we need to be able to ensure that our people, our data is protected as we move forward. So
thank you so much, Thandi. In there, key thing is being a policy. It is a public policy that we look forward to, and policy is, some define it very loosely, that things which you can do or not do things which are written or unwritten as policy, but they do give guidance in terms of what she just explained. In Nigeria, do you have a policy with respect to space?
So, you know, the way the space program in Nigeria is structured is actually a bit complicated. So we've got a national space agency, we've got a national satellite communications company that was set up by the government to commercialize the national communication infrastructure. And then we've got a Defense Space Administration, you know, which is an agency that was set up to use space technology for defense and military purposes. And all of these institutions have like different act of establishment, but the overall space policy is being implemented by the National Space Agency. One of the things that we also see is that, you know, there's a lot of things that the space policies would not cover. That maybe MACRA, for example, would cover, especially things like frequency allocations and all of that are totally not, you know, under the space, you know, the space administration. So like in Nigeria, this is under another entire institution, the Nigerian Communications Commission. So they manage the, you know, spectrums and all of those kind of infrastructure, while the space agency, you know, manages the national space policy.
Those are the agencies. Do you have a document which says, you know, for example, Nigerian space policy or something like that, or it's the communications, for example, policy or act or science technology or something else that in which issues of space have been articulated?
There is a national space policy.
Excellent.
Strategy.
Have you already shared to the team? Just share that one, okay? Share to the chair. It's a public document, it's a public policy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, so please share. Okay, so thank you so much, Temidayo. Thank you so much for that. I will ask Engineer William Makwinja, and I'm sure that right now he's also doing other, you know, studies beyond that in management, administration, and others. Just to I overheard actually yesterday, if not today, that he was speaking in favor of the National Development Blueprint, the Malawi 2063, and the first medium-term implementation plan, the MIP1, which is, you know, aligned to the SDGs 2030. And from there, he was able to isolate pillars, but also enablers, and then the focus areas, which are very dear to the heart of the citizens of the Malawians. From the president, who in the first few pages, the foreword, he said the vision of that book is youth-centric, but also he said that the implementation and operationalization of the Malawi 2063 is also achieving or accelerating the achievement of the sustainable development goals by 2030. Our panel discussion theme is sustainable development and the applications of space. May you unpack few of the pillars that you remember, or also the enablers, where you think space has applications. When you unpack that one, we'll throw it now to the three. You know, so each one of them, please listen attentively, from Jesse to Mpueleng and Chisomo. You pick one and you tell us what project and what applications, what we can do with that. And later on we'll conclude by voting which one can be a top priority for us as Malawi, given that. So over to you, Engineer William Makwinja.
Let me just calibrate the microphone first. Okay, so I think I am, as it's been said, that I come from aerospace and defense background. In there, but my specialty in there was mostly quality assurance and certification of airworthiness systems. So I'm a very process-based, I like to see processes. I like to have a user requirement. From there, I go down to a system engineering document and all the way down to what you're doing. So when I look at a program, a project like the space programs in in Malawi, I first say, what is the user requirement? What document are we hanging on to? And I think at the moment we are hanging on to the Vision 2063, which has been focused in the next 10 years to Medium Implementation Plan 1, which is 2021 to 2030. So I think that's the document I hang on to. Then from there I start drawing down in terms of what I do. So looking at the MIP 1, which is published, I think it's open document. Yesterday I did challenge that if anybody doesn't know about it, maybe you're not in Malawi. If you're in Malawi, you should know about it. But anyway, the three pillars that are very strong in MIP 1, the one is agricultural development. As we know that 70% of the country is probably agriculture, and almost everybody here has got a small field. They've got some bananas at the corner, and so forth. Agriculture is quite critical, and it's one of the pillars in there. I think in there they talk of diversification of agriculture inputs, irrigation systems, and so forth. There's about 7 or 8 items in there. And then the other one is industrialization. I think this is part of diversification, knowing that we do depend on agriculture. We are tobacco, tea, but what about our minerals? We've got lots of minerals and so forth. So I think the country, is looking at, can we push in the mineral side, minerals and any other industrialization, basically to be an industrialized company, which, IT and so forth will help to industrialize. The other one is urbanization, which is more to do with, new cities, or what they call secondary cities. It's basically to make sure that, people are living a little bit more higher, standard of living, that there's a lot more facilities to people and so forth. So these are the main pillars I saw. But there are several enablers that I looked at. I think
we'll come to the enablers. For now, let's see. So keep the enablers. In fact, there are 7 enablers. He will pick few things. He'll do cherry picking or cherry picking. But obviously, the 3 pillars which he has just spoken to. First is agricultural productivity and commercialization. I know which one of the 3 is picking. Agricultural productivity and commercialization. The first pillar. The second one is industrialization. The third one is urbanization. I want to know what are your choices. So I'll start with Jesse. Which one do you pick? And you tell us why. It's not random. Yeah.
This one working? Okay, it is working. Thank you. So for me, I think I'm going to go with agriculture, because I believe that if we look after our vegetation, for food security,
you speak louder, like my voice.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. So agriculture for me would be the first to focus on, purely because of food security, and it's not just a challenge that Malawi is facing, but globally as well. So that could assist Malawians to also start exporting, what they would be growing. And whilst I was talking to Thandi, I picked up that your fisheries sector is also very big. So I would, with agriculture, I would also add aquaculture, so we could focus on that. And from that, the money that is generated, or the revenue generated from that, could then go into industrialization and then urbanization, because with urbanization, people need to be based closer to where they would work. People are drawn by where they would be working. So in that order, I think that's what I would suggest.
That's a very good one, and you are almost saying that between urbanization and agriculture, let's prioritize agriculture and then agriculture has the so-called what you consider to be a multiplier effect, that the economic dividends that come from agriculture, increase in the for example spendable income at the household level would begin to urbanize, and that's what you are looking at. And you have highlighted key things that in fact under agriculture there are a couple of aspects like irrigation development, anchor farms, including fisheries, as you say, aquaculture and capture fisheries, which could be monitored from space by different technologies and stuff like that, and in that vein, I will be asking eventually yourself, again, you are a practical person. I think in the morning you did present Earth observation, satellite, and the human capital development and commercialization. Would you suggest any typical application of space in our program that would benefit agriculture in the manner in which you have defended it?
Most definitely. But,
yes.
I don't want to be biased as an engineer. So Dr. McQueen would be saying, Jesse, I keep telling you, let's focus on the downstream first. So we would, I would suggest that downstream first, and then move up to the midstream, which are your operations of these satellites, similar to what Botswana is doing with the ground stations, because that's what we also did in South Africa. With that, again, you would also be generating revenue because of the ground stations that you would be hosting for other clients as well outside Malawi, that is bringing in money. And the moment the government sees that there is money in space, they would support Earth observation satellites to now own these assets, to look at these applications, and also be in a position to sell the data to our neighboring countries as well. So in that order, downstream, midstream, and then upstream, I would say.
That's your pathway. Thank you so much. Are you working with DSI, Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa?
Say that again?
Are you working with DSI?
Yes, yes. So DSI is our shareholder as SANSA, because I'm part of the SANSA board.
Okay.
So they are our shareholder, and they are my sponsor. So I benefited from their space program.
Excellent.
Yes,
I thought so. I thought so. So thank you, and thank you, South African government. I will skip Botswana for now because you are closer there. Let me come closer here. DST, Dhaka Space Technologies. Which one did you pick? Was it again agriculture, or it is industrialization, or it is the aspects of urbanization, and why?
Thank you so much, Prof. Mikeka. It's really a pleasure to speak right beside you. I think I'll go with industrialization, but before I speak a little more about it, let me try to clarify something. You see, sustainability has got to do with advancing today's efficiencies in order to have a prosperous future. We can't talk about sustainability and sustainable development if we are not looking at how best can we do what we're doing today so that tomorrow we still have something to prosper. So industrialization is one of the key things that falls into that picture, because first of all, with the background I've introduced, you see that we need to introduce industries and industrial practices that are going to help us today and also advance the progress that we need to see in the future. So you see there are a lot of space-based use cases, agriculture and many things out there, but for all of these things to get some insights that can improve on what we're already doing today, we need space-based data. How do you understand that this place is not going to be enclosed tomorrow so that people in the next 50 years can still have a place to live? These are the basic questions that sustainability tries to bring into this picture. But particularly to talk about industrialization, like I mentioned in my presentation earlier on, I said the Vision 2063 should also give us another dimension of taking advantage of these emerging technologies which have got promising potentials to help us to do things that we're failing a little more better, so much so that in the near future we can become excellence bearers in our day-to-day activities. And so just to mention that industrialization is close-cutting and it's an interdisciplinary kind of thing. I mean, you can appreciate this if you go to any industry. You see that there are electrical engineers, there are material scientists, so on and so forth. Just to give you a proper picture that there is a close link between the knowledge domains across different fields. So if you're looking at a better future, then I think it's good to leverage on these space technologies and use them in the most appropriate ways, that whatever we're doing today that we think is not good enough should become better. And I would love to agree with my colleague Jesse to say one of the things that we can do better is agriculture. I mean, if you ask me today, what is the most failing industrial endeavor in Malawi, I would just say blatantly agriculture, because there's no one who is going to put 100,000 in agriculture today and get 100,000 back. It's almost impossible. People every day are just making losses with agriculture. So it goes down to the clarity, to the real thinking to say, what is it that we can do better so that what we're doing today can sustain us for the future? So these kind of industries that are emerging in terms of space-based technologies are part of the wider prospect for the future. Thank you.
You know, I will not give you to leave the podium. Thank you for that background, the argument, and focusing on industry. Your biography and biodata suggests that you have handled and played with CubeSats, you've planned missions, and you have been certified in multiple, first world countries like Switzerland, in US and others. What space equipment, devices you think here in Malawi, with respect to a possible use case in agriculture, as you have voted for, your second vote, you can develop in Malawi? If not, what would be the challenges? So everyone knows that those who are seeing virtually, present virtually, physically, policymakers, government, partners, international cooperating partners are here. What would stop you to set up beyond DST or within DST industry that generates parts, which of course would have economic value eventually, to finance the use cases, the applications? What can you produce in the next 12 months, in the next 12 months, because the space agency is coming up maybe next year. What can we see as a part produced as part of industrialization process and self-reliance in terms of manufacturing, space related, equipment and devices?
Thank you so much, Prof. Just to quickly answer that, you see, at DST we believe in capacity building, and capacity is not just about human capital, it's also about facilities and infrastructure. So first of all, with the facilities we have right now, we are able to do most of the design works. And as a matter of fact, I think I shared some pictures in my presentation to say we are developing a cube satellite, and we have got a geo payload that we're looking at it to say we can do remote sensing. We can put an optical or infrared camera there and do some sort of Earth observation missions for Malawi. At the same time, we can also demonstrate high-speed connectivity by leveraging the emerging low Earth orbit 5G communication. But at the same time, I think you've touched a very critical point to say at DST we are not limited to thinking about the applications in Malawi, because we understand that there are a lot of challenges because space is still an emerging industry in most parts of the world. So the kind of innovations we can develop here in Malawi can be sold elsewhere, starting from our hardware platforms, our industrial designs, and also our payload systems. So by the end of the day, you see space really is a very good industry in terms of the finances. If you get a space contract, it means you're talking about orders of millions of dollars. So I think it's also one of the things that the country has to think about, to say, I mean, with greater risks comes greater returns. Can we really think about space as something that in the future, for a sustainable future for this country, can become one of the reliable sources of forex?
You've made a case there, a reliable source of forex, but also to contribute on the GDP scale for the country, to begin to obtain, to turn over the import-export balance and revenues associated with that in terms of the economics of the same. I will go lastly to Botswana. Dr. Dimane Mpweleng from the International University of Science and Technology. Since morning and even now, you have made a clear case of being able to demonstrate how to, from scratch, come up with a space or satellite project which can be considered which could be benchmarked. And in my one-to-one discussion in person with you today, you have committed that you are ready to be coming back to Malawi to see certain things, coming up. I don't know what has excited you in Malawi, but obviously you have made that, personal commitment to bounce back as often as possible. And you have said you are a Bantu. Which pillar? Urbanization, industrialization, or agriculture, and what project can you conceptualize? So you not tell us what is there, but conceptual, which we can run with as a task force, Malawi task force. What is your concept? Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Can you hear me? Yeah. What is bringing me back to Malawi is the food. It's obvious. I haven't seen town. We are so far away from town, so it's the food. Obviously, that leads me to choosing agric. I didn't like agric at secondary, but I now have learned that I can't live without it. So agric.
Is that agriculture?
Yeah, agriculture. Yes.
So agric.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So all of you have chosen agriculture. No, it's doing. Yeah.
Yes, and I will try to give examples, but directly speak to the committee that are devising the policy. Okay, here is a fact. I know the focus is launching satellites, and then we immediately talk of food security. But there's a missing link that you don't realize normally. One, satellite is not carrying fertilizers to space. It's not carrying, soil or workers or data. Data is on the ground. Now, just to pick a case, just to motivate the policy in Botswana, all small farm, household farms, big farms, they are all registered in a database. So data. Database meaning all the corners are registered to the precision of 5 centimeters. It doesn't matter whether your farm is a trapezium or a rhombus. Botswana has registered all the land pieces. Now,
including graveyards.
Yeah, that is diamond.
Okay.
If you link it with food security management and satellites. So then the second, with the assistance of BUST, all the farmers and farms have been automated and stored in a database. What is important in the policy is this: stakeholders, even intra-government stakeholders. We normally think outside, but in that policy, make sure that you have each and every stakeholders interfacing catered for. We took it for granted when we started. For example, we had to connect, we call it land board. It's the one that has got all the GPS location of the farms. We had to talk to the national registration system, the immigration system. And then now, as it is now data that is sitting there waiting for the satellite to go up, and then profiling the farms will always connect everything to the owner, the Oman, or the ID number of the owner, the bank details, their GPS corner. So data. In that policy, multiple ministries must have deliberate interfacing clauses in there. Otherwise, you are launching a satellite which won't do much.
That's impressive. That's impressive. And when you mention data, and monetizing of data, I was remembering Yusuf Chimore. Normally, okay, just for laughs, one time his parcel was rerouted to me. My name is Chomora, and his surname is Chimole, and I received a parcel which was supposed to be destined for him. I think we needed a satellite to precisely localize us.
I want two more things to say, then I'll be done.
Yes.
And then the second one is why Malawi and agri, 63%. I don't want to say the obvious. Economy of Malawi is based on agri. In 20 years, the new generation, the child who is born now in, what is the Malawi hospital, the nearest one?
Kamu Central Hospital.
Yeah, there will be 20 years or 23. During that time, it will even be before 2060. Here is where the value is going. The value is going green. So the new generation will be the money spinners. So their value will no more be diamonds, oil, or anything that is produced using, bad gases. So the value will be linked to anything that is green. And what is green? Agric. They will not value diamonds, but they will value something that is green. Last one. This one, I'm passionate about it. Collaboration. I don't know why 54 African countries are all doing their own policies without consultation. I'm not, as you know, I'm a teacher. I'm not in the policy committee of Botswana. Yes, but here is what, we were excited about Nigeria. We called the NASDRA, we want you here. Well, they were very generous, by the way. Then they donated engineers. Soon they'll be coming to Botswana to help us with this. But here is what they said, because they are experienced. You should have given us your policy to look at, because we know what we did wrong. So I would advise you strongly, the first country to benchmark with, fly to Nigeria. That policy, there are Africans who are experienced with doing it. They've been there.
Well, that's why I requested that the policy be immediately WhatsApped to our chair, and he has accepted that. As we are concluding now, to give at least opportunity for the audience to interject, but also to ventilate any issues, I would like each one of them 30 seconds reflections on things which you think you said, this was key, but I didn't say it. So I'll start again with Tandy, and you throw it to Chisomo, and we move into that. 30 seconds to 1 minute, and then I would like to invite you after their concluding points that you can ventilate, you can comment within 5 to 10 minutes. Yes, over you, Tandy.
Thank you very much, Prof. The one thing that I didn't highlight is the fact that in everything we do, we need to remember that space is an enabler, and to use that to propagate the word as we establish stakeholder consultations and collaboration, that it's not about the technology, it's about what the technology can do for you. And as we move forward, I think that will be particularly important. Thank you.
Thank you. That space program should help the citizens, lift up the pride of Malawians. Then it will be over to you. Chisomo Daka of DST Technologies.
One more thing I would love to say is the policies and the initiatives we are making today probably will start to make a lot more sense when each one of us is not here anymore. So we have to incorporate this youthful policy point of view to say, how do we inspire the next generation of space scientists and space engineers and a community of space enthusiasts in Malawi? Thank you.
Thank you. That's why I started at the foreword of the Malawi 2063. William, can you just raise it? You have it close by you? Yeah, so it's somewhere. Yeah. So can you take that book? Just please help with that book. Just help. So that's why, yes, I quoted that one. I said that, you know, please. No, from to here. So that's why what he's advocating for on the table and negotiating is that what we're discussing should be youth-centric. And in the foreword, actually, you will see the voice of the president, which actually says that this vision, the Malawi 2063, is indeed a youth-centric, you know, policy vision, but also you know, a national development agenda. So I do agree with you. I will be 85 years old in 2063, and I want to be there to see it happen. And space must happen earlier than that. Over to you, William.
For me, one of the things that I would love to say is maybe in terms of research, those of you that are academics, I'm a proponent of action research, you know, as opposed to other research methodologies. And in action research, what you're doing is you're actually developing the project as you're working on it. It's like a case study, but in real time. And I think that's what I enjoy. So in our case, as we're going in Malawi, going through our things, maybe we need to be doing a kind of action research. So we don't do what my background is in terms of processes, but we do some parallels, you know, in terms of developing policy, while at the same time developing human capacity, which is an enabler, I think, number 7 or number 5. Number five. And at the same time, we can start projects. You know, I've seen today, there's young men like him that maybe went to the pole where I was 19...
You were at Pole in 1978.
Yes. So I see they are going there, but I can see that when I got here, I didn't know that people know anything about, you know, there's some young engineers, young scientists that are actually working on the projects. But because they are there already, I think we can work in parallel where we start applications, we start human capital development in universities and any other institutions. At the same time, we look at the policy, but we do it like action research. We make mistakes, we come back, we go and until the process, you know, catches up.
Thank you for that, engineer. And it's critical that you've resounded human capital development. This is what the Minister of Education is promoting in government, but also the government of Malawi. And critically so, from Dr. Luhanga's presentation, he now and then mentioned of bringing this into the curriculum at all levels. We would like to say that we'll be having a lot of curriculum, you know, revision, review, and redesign reform engagements from now until 2026 or 2027 to be fully, to have a brand new curriculum for primary, for secondary, teacher training, TVET, including the universities using their own acts to revise their programs. In that case, do take part, contribute, and put in text, keywords, research areas about space for it indeed to take shape. And we would like to proceed to JC. You have the microphone.
So maybe I should reiterate why I chose agriculture as my first pillar that I would love for Malawi to focus on. I want to mention that in Africa we do have some constraints, financial constraints, if I should rather put it that way. If you go to the government, they'll be telling you there are a lot of challenges that we're having, so there's no money for this and all of that. And we would want to see these youngsters being supported. But if we go for other, like industrialization, my friend, it needs a lot of money, you know, to have the facilities, the instrumentations and all of that. But with this, the space agency, because the question was, if the space agency was formed tomorrow, what would be exactly, just having a competition with very minimal, because we know with free data that is there available, there isn't much that you need, you know, to start developing your applications. Pilar mentioned there are other software sources that are open sources that could be used. So by just providing that amount of money, it doesn't have to be much, just to entice them to start starting a company. And we saw this young men that presented. They are quite innovative, you know, they have those ideas. So I see that as the lowest hanging fruit, because it doesn't require much and you will immediately start seeing the results, and you will grow from that.
No, that's brilliant. All what Malawians are looking for is to pluck those low hanging fruits and begin to eat immediately. And Riedberg Stack, you know, company which has a German name, I mean, change that one, put in a Malawian name. So Riedberg Stack, you know, he showed maps which were exciting, some about Nalikule, Zareka area. And we were discussing with Professor Stanley Mlato that, you know, can the farmers chew this immediately and make sense from that? And the answer is no. But what we want now is, from what was demonstrated and leveraged in terms of the digital elevation maps, you know, the resolution, is now to interpolate within the same. He is an excellent algorithm developer to be able to now tell the farmer, when you take a picture and you have this image, immediately you should tell them what fertilizer to apply. Is it nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium K, or the combination of NPK? You know, how many, you know, of the volumes? Or what crop they should plant around that. Should it be maize, sugarcane, or mbatata? You know, those are the simple things just to tell the farmer after satellite, space, program, resolution, calculations, everything else. The farmer in agriculture needs directions in a simple way. If you cannot write, show a picture, what we call picture enhanced communication to the farmer who may not read. If they see a plant like a bean, they know that this soil is good for bean. And you show them something else, they know this is what we want in the space program, to go ground zero and to have the appetite of the Malawian citizens or the locals, and later on to have a rebound effect to the other countries. As we are going straight to Dr. You know, Mpwele Dimane.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, the policy should be not youth-centric. It should be unborn-centric. Let's plan for unborns. The oldest one in 2063, they will be 63 years old. Those that are unborn. So, second one, do it. Just make mistakes. Do whatever you want to do. And sometimes illegally, quotation marks. Do it. Don't look up the stage. Do something to fall off, you know. Something will come out of that.
Thank you. Just do it. Even the president of this country is encouraging those who think and can do it, let them do it. Let's see what the results will be coming out. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I have just 2 points. Number one is that the territory the government is trying to, you know, go into, a lot of African countries have been there. So it would be wise to learn from their mistake and their success story. So as you're developing your policy and strategy and your or space program, take time to, study what other African countries have done or are doing. And the second thing is that, while you're even working on the policy, I think there's still so many things that can be going on the side in the areas of capacity development and even capitalizing on existing free resources to build specific space application projects. Because it will be much more easier to convince the government to, put money in this if it can already show results of some of the, small-scale projects and all that you've done in the past. Thank you.
Beautiful. Which city do we find you in Nigeria?
You say?
Which city?
Lagos.
In Lagos. Thank you. Let's clap hands for the panelists. The general moderator, how many minutes do you give for discussion? 10. Okay. So please take up the questions. I would like to see if there are interventions. Oh, wow. Charles Govati, give him Mtini, the one who has Mtini first, and then the ladies in front of you. Yes, I think you, the lady there. No, the first mic should be given to Mtini. Yeah, and then give it to the lady. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentations and the discussions. I can now notice an information gap. And I think I'll repeat, I think Minister of Agriculture should have been here. Because all the data that you are talking about, soil mapping, which crops can grow, which area, which EPA, is available. Readily available, even in the new guide to agricultural production. The data is there. So I don't know how much collaboration is required for this data to be available within these space activities, because the information is there, some of which I can give you now if you need it. So I am worried that the dialogue seems to assume that the information is not there. There is current data at each EPA in Malawi. If you go to an EPA, you will find rainfall data for the past 5 years very, very, very accurate. The only problem is how to access it. I'm trying to access data for an EPA in Mangoji, where I was just 2 weeks ago. Up to today, nobody has sent it to me. So the issue here is that of access, so that you can collaborate it with the satellite data and all that. But the data, the mapping of Malawi in terms of crop, I can assure you it's done. It's there. Even the Malawi Soil Health Consortium, you can Google on the internet, has got the latest soil analysis for the whole country. So
no, I do agree, Charles Covert. In fact, it comes back to one of the panelists who said, when you are formulating the policy for space, bring all, in this case, the MDAs, the line ministries in the line. I know in the Ministry of Lands, we have run, land, IMS, LIMS is in there, and what you're talking about is within the Land Resources Department. I am one of actually those who generated those codes for Zaon and all those EPAs 10 years ago. The team is the same team which you are seeing here. They have been doing that for the past 10, 13 years to generate for the ministries from the universities. So we have the soil carbon mappings and all that. But critically, your point has merit, access. The space program infrastructure is very useful in this case now to make sure that at the terminal of a farmer, without having to write requests to the ministry, to the extension worker, they should be autonomous, on their own with the device that they have. So access, I do agree, and they can define that access, what it means and what that should be. So I think the key point for the rapporteurs from Charles Govard is the issue of access. For the government, yes, we are also pushing all that to the National Data Center, Upper Mandala, where we have all that, and we are creating the so-called EBS, the enterprise-based enterprise architecture, where all this is also integrated. This is work which is in progress, but it is, remember one thing, it is terrestrial. So in case you have, challenges and damage of the terrestrial infrastructure, you need pullback fallback, infrastructure, which could be space to collaborate. So I think this is something that they can take it up. The next, yes, you have the microphone. You have your hand up. Give her the microphone. And then we go. Yes.
Hello. My name is Victoria Kankoke. I'm a student from Zeus University. I also work with Hartford Tech, and I'm an ambassador at Hartford Tech. My question is mainly going to Mr. Temidayo. On your profile, I read that you advise governments on the space industry value chain. So with a developing country like Malawi, I wanted to know if we were to introduce these high-level space technologies, we will obviously indeed need heavy funding as well as a lot of skills development. So my question is, what can some of the private sectors in Malawi do in order to prepare ourselves for what's to come in future? What can people in healthcare do? What can the people in agriculture sectors do in order to push on forward this development of space technologies to come, as well as what can the education sector do as well? Thank you.
Tameda, you have that question, but just hold it. Let's take another question, but that's what you'll be responding to. Any other intervention?
My name is Emmanuel Banda. Mine is just a plea to the task force. Speaking from my experience as an inventor and developer, one challenges we have when people are formulating policies is that one thing I've noted in innovation and development is that over-regulation impedes innovation. So my plea is, don't tighten your regulations too much. Because when you tighten it too much, automatically all of us will be out. I'll give you an example. You would say everybody doing a space project should have a PhD and 7 years of experience. Automatically everybody, all the youth who are here, automatically they're out of the game. So make your policy attractive.
May you stand up, Banda? I want you to be able to see you. I'm trying to scan the horizon. You stand up. I think okay, I like your intervention. Where are you?
Yeah. So my emphasis is that most of the policies we are being developed here in Malawi, they will kick you automatically from the start. They'll just come with an act, Space Act, blah, blah, blah. Whoever must indulge in space technologies should have a minimum of a bachelor's degree in what fields.
No, your case has been heard. You'll be responded to by Raf Mohoni. I like that one.
Please make it attractive
yes.
to everybody to get in, not illegally.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, your point is a case. I was one of those ones who have been kicked out many times when I was young, innovating and doing all those things. You've made a very good case. One of the panelists here said, let's plan for the unborn, and we need to speak on their behalf. So I think the one who is in charge in the task force on issues of legal and legislative instruments, the acts, the policies and everything else, is present here, has heard you. I will ask him to make a comment, Senior Counsel Raf Mohoni. So I think the two of them will intervene. So let's give a mic, first of all, to...
Thank you very much for your question. So what I would recommend is, for a start, just focus on the downstream. Capitalize on freely available resources. Space does not have to be very expensive. In fact, my recommendation is, as you're starting, don't focus on spending too much money. Because if you spend a lot of money and you don't get good results, the public opinion on your space program is going to change, and that's going to affect everything. I can use a case of Nigeria as an example. Nigeria invested almost $500 million in acquiring a national communication satellite. This was supposed to create jobs, provide connectivity, and sort of like accelerate, Nigeria's economic development. But the project has actually been a failure in the last, over 10 years. And this is one of the things that have actually shifted public opinion about Nigerian space program to like a waste of money endeavor. So this is very important for the task force that are working on the National Space Program. Don't think too much about the money. As I've been emphasizing, there's a lot of freely available resources that you can actually capitalize on as you're starting. The second thing is that I think the government needs to, for a start, focus on investing a lot on capacity development. So, train a lot of the young people on, whether it's remote sensing, GIS, space application, resources. So when you build this capacity, then you can use that to actually build an entire private sector within your space industry that would then build solutions for both the government as well as the industry. And then you also have to do this in collaboration with the universities, because the universities usually have the freely available resources to build capacity, and develop an entire generation of manpower that will help your space program. I'm going to end by giving an example of what Rwanda has been doing recently. So Rwanda's space program recently has now been focusing on the downstream segment. They're building massive geospatial infrastructure. And there's an interesting project they worked on recently where they were able to collaborate with universities as well as students. There was a company in China. They were looking at building new technologies for onboard data processing for satellites. So usually when satellite takes images, they send it to ground stations, and then you retrieve the data and you process it and all of that. But they want to do all of that on board the satellite. So it's some sort of cutting edge technology. And they reached out to the Rwanda Space Agency to work on this. And what the Rwanda Space Agency did was reach out to some of the universities, bring in students that have, programming skills. And these students were actually able to build algorithms that do onboard data processing on satellite. Undergraduate students in Rwanda. So this is an example of how you can, the government can work closely with the universities, with students to build capacity, and before you know it, you have an entire industry in a few years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's now take a microphone to SC Raf Mohoni. We'll conclude it that way. Our 10 minutes has expired, unfortunately, but let him speak and also conclude, and then we shall, praise panelists.
Thank you very much, the moderator, for allowing me to speak. I should start by saying that the law in this regard should be looked at as the enabler, i.e. from a developmental point of view and not from a punishment point of view. I think the speaker who asked the question was thinking that the law is used to punish. Now, that is the thinking that we have normally because we are thinking from the criminal perspective. I would urge the Malawians to have a mindset change, to embrace innovation and inventions. Most Malawians are brilliant. They invent things, but the one thing they don't do is to consult an intellectual property lawyer who will advise them, said, with this invention, with this innovation, you need to protect your rights. We don't do that. Now, let's learn to do that first. If you have that, it doesn't matter whether you've got a degree or no degree, because the people who invent, the people who innovate, normally it comes from there and not from a paper that they possess and keep in a suitcase for life. It doesn't work that way. It's how you think and come up with practical things. I'm sure Dr. knows about some guy in Chilimba whom he has taken on board on some innovation. That's what it is all about. But when you have done that, remember to patent it. Now, the policy which is put in place will be such that it will enable you to do the things that you are passionate about in the proper way, that your rights are safeguarded, that the country benefits, and that then we can develop the industry for the betterment of the country. We'll see to it that that is done and not used to punish you. But remember, patent whatever you innovate and invent. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel, but also a voice of the patent attorney. And if you have a chance, please do join the consultations in the policy development. Banda, if you are there, just make sure that you have a chance to sit on that table in the policy development process and consultative meetings. At that point in time, I would like to conclude our panel discussion, and I'd like to give a big thank you to the panelists. You may now take your original seats. I thank you all, and thank you, the audience.
Another big round for our panelists and Professor Chomora for a very engaging panel discussion that has led us to the end of day 2 of our conference. Would like to thank you for being with us from morning until now and for the active participation. I'm sure if we had given the discussion even 30 minutes, would have taken more questions, but we need to let you go so you can, those of us who want to change, we can change, rest a bit, and then get ready for the cocktail, which I'm inviting all of you to. It's happening tonight at the main foyer. For those of us who don't know where the main foyer is it's in the next building where we have the FDH ATM machine. That is where we are having our cocktail. The cocktail is from 6:30. Let us meet there. Thank you.
And strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security first.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.
Introducing the Central Equipment Identity Registry, CEIR.
Yes, the CEIR will empower mobile subscribers and strengthen their security by allowing them to block or trace stolen mobile phones, check the genuineness of a mobile device while buying, and blacklist mobile devices involved in illicit activities across all mobile network operators in Malawi.
Wow! Chingira! Put your mobile device security.
For more information, contact Macra via email dg@macra.mw or call 261 toll-free from any Malawian telephone network. This message is brought to you by the Malawi government via the Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA.